Lakshmi Srinivasa's ma'am research examines the lived experience and social life of cinema audiences, collective experience, and urban leisure within a comparative and cross-cultural perspective. She is author of Houseful, Indian Cinema, an active audience with the University of Chicago Press, 2016, an ethnography of cinema going in South India that draws on over a decade of fieldwork in South India. She has published articles in a variety of journals, including Media Culture and Society, Visual Anthropology, Ethnography, and South Asian Popular Culture. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And thank you for inviting me.
It's our pleasure, ma'am.
Good morning to everyone. I just thought I would talk a little bit informally about my ethnography on cinema, which I conducted, as a case study of media ethnography. I have a PowerPoint, so I thought I would share my screen, if that's okay.
Sure, ma'am, please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. And rather than giving it a full screen right now, I'll just keep it in this way. So this is from the study I conducted, and I welcome any comments, questions, and so on. Following my talk, I hope we'll have enough time. So I guess I can start now. Shall I?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And we have a lot of time in our hands, ma'am, especially for your talk. So
why especially for my talk?
Ma'am, even though it's 10 o'clock, we are hoping that even if it gets extended, because for your talk.
I'll try and keep within a reasonable limit. I don't want to take up too much of your time. But thank you. So what I thought I'll do is I'm going to talk about this case study I did in Bangalore in the 1990s, and I'll describe the research setting, my methodology, and end with the ethnographic surprise that my study offered. That is, the surprise findings and insights that ethnography often offers, and which is unanticipated by scholars. So my particular interest in popular cinema started with the question of how do audiences engage with cinema? I should mention that this was before we had social media, the internet with its virtual communities and all that. So mine was very much a study on the ground in the city. What I was interested in also was what the practices and rituals of movie going in the broader context of the presence of cinema in the city and its exhibition. So I wanted to understand how people engage with cinema, the nature of collective experience, which also shaped the meanings that audiences made of films. And my objective was to locate cinema in the social and cultural spaces it inhabits. In other words, its social world, rather than to restrict it to the film text and narrative. Which is how film scholars habitually have treated the study of cinema. So just a little bit of the context of film studies and how films have been researched, and more broadly media texts. The interpretation of media texts and narratives, that is movies, television programs, magazines, etc. Content analysis has dominated the study of popular media. Even studies of media consumption are text-centered, often relying on hypothetical or assumed audiences. And ethnographic field research has been somewhat of a latecomer to media study. And even today, in-depth ethnographies of media are in the minority. This is true for the field of film studies as well, where film-centered analysis and theory dominate understandings of cinema film. And a large number of studies of film spectatorship are also theoretical and assume a sort of hypothetical viewer, a generalized viewer and reader of the film. So this is how spectators are conceptualized as reading the meanings in film text rather than living, breathing audiences engaging with each other as they engage with the film. Historical studies of film reception have used archival materials, such as old photographs, newspaper articles, advertisements, and even audience letters and photo albums to get a sense of cinema going and the significance of films to moviegoers. And here the focus is also often on a particular film or film genre. So, people have studied, how audiences engage with horror film genre or with science fiction, for example, but not with the sort of broader experience of film within the context of the movie outing. Just to add to this, cinema audiences have been understudied in the social sciences as well. Though there are sociological and anthropological studies of film audiences, the social sciences, with their normative research agenda, have not really considered media consumption to be important unless it speaks to issues that the social sciences consider important, such as religion, politics, power, or disenfranchisement, not simply the phenomenology of cinema going and what the films mean to audiences themselves, the lived experience, so to speak. Although this gap in research is being addressed more recently. So when I started my study, there were hardly any in-depth studies of cinema that relied on field research and participant observation methodology. Existing studies were for the most part based on surveys and focus groups. And there are a couple of notable exceptions, which I will get to in a bit. Even today, ethnography, in the sense that anthropologists and sociologists practice it, is a little used methodology when it comes to media and cinema studies and the consumption of media and cinema. Most so-called ethnographies of cinema are actually interview or focus group based. And in terms of ethnographic study, movie audiences too are not easy to research. They present a number of challenges. For those who do ethnography, you would have experienced that doing an ethnography is tied to a place or a site, a village, a school, or community that is geographically bounded. The ethnographer returns to the site, which becomes familiar over a period of time, and where people become known, and where the researcher and ethnographer has built relationships over time. In the case of movie audiences, of course, they are a shifting population. So they are dispersed, they are transient, and they are mobile. And so, and they come together randomly at various theaters for limited periods of time. So this again presents a challenge for ethnographic study. Difficult for the ethnographer to build relationships with the shifting population. And as relationships and rapport are key to establishing validity of ethnographic research, the whole, the practice of ethnography becomes somewhat difficult in this setting. And in this context, the Indian cinema scene and its audiences offer particular advantages for study. Looking through a comparative lens, in North America and societies of Western Europe, where film theory has originated and where the field of film studies is established, audiences in public settings watch films for the most part silently. So it is quite challenging to find out how they are responding to the various scenes in a film in the screening setting. So film reception then is a black box, inaccessible to the researcher. And therefore, those who have studied film reception have had to resort to surveys and to interview audiences post hoc, or after the film event, rather than during it or in situ. Relying on interviews, surveys, and focus groups is not the same as doing participant observation in the setting as audiences are watching the film. You get very different kinds of data and very different kinds of understandings of film experience with these different methods. The cinema hall audience that I studied, and this was before the advent of multiplexes. And if you have watched films in cinema halls, you'll know that this audience is a rather lively audience, or at least it was when I studied. People would talk back at the screen, they would shout out comments. The theaters were stratified, so you had people of different social classes sitting in the theater, engaging with the films differently. Fans would whistle when the star appeared on screen and throw flowers at the screen. And so this audience is very literally active and so accessible to the participant observer. Their engagement is accessible to the participant observer. And so participant ethnographic research, it becomes a sort of strategic site. The Indian cinema hall, with its lively audiences, becomes a strategic site for ethnographic research. So this is the phenomenon, I say, why study cinema in India? Because of the active audiences which present a strategic ethnographic site. And my study was in Bengaluru, at the time known as Bangalore. And this was as I mentioned, in the 1990s. The population was around 5 million at the time. And there were more than 100 single screen cinema halls. So I focused on a select number of cinema halls in 2 localities in the city. One was the Cantonment, and the other was a locality known as Gandhinagar or Majestic. And these 2 localities are on an east-west axis in the city. So this is a map. I don't know how clear this is for you, but here you see Majestic, and if you go, here, you see the Lido Mall. I don't know if you can read it. The Lido Mall used to be where the old Lido Cinema Hall used to be. It became converted to a mall, So this area and beyond was the Cantonment. And here you have the Majestic Gandhinagar area. And these were the 2 settings where I focused my study. my first challenge was how to organize the study and how to design it, given that there were no model to follow at the time, and there were hardly any studies of film reception or movie audiences available. The anthropologist Sarah Dickey conducted a field study and ethnography of cinema in Tamil Nadu, where she examined what Tamil films mean to the urban poor. So I had that study to refer to, and it offered some guidance. And earlier, the anthropologist Hortense Powdermaker had carried out an observational field study on African audiences watching Hollywood Westerns. And I think her study was in what was then Rhodesia. But other than a few studies such as these, at the time, there were no others that could provide a model. So I had to design the study as I went along. So at first, as a participant observer, I started out watching films at different theaters, visiting cinema halls in various parts of Bangalore. I then narrowed my research to these two areas of the city, the Cantonment and Majestic. And, I want to show you a few of the theaters in these different localities. So this is the BRV Theater, dates back to the early 1880s. It was still showing screening movies in the late 1980s, after which, it stopped. I say it's a kind of old stone building, like a castle or a fort. This is the Rex Theatre on Brigade Road in the Cantonment, which in the 1980s and 1990s, it used to exclusively screen Hollywood and English language films. And later on, it started screening Hindi films. This is the Sagar Theatre in Gandhinagar, which screened exclusively Kannada cinema in those days. It was particularly well known for screening the films of Rajkumar, the Kannada film icon Rajkumar and his sons, who were also big-time film stars at the time. This is the Santosh Theatre in Gandhinagar, where you see the cutouts coming out onto the street, garlanded, and with all these banners and all affixed by the fans. And here there is just a few of the names of the theaters by location. I can see a distinct difference between the Cantonment theaters on the left, on my left, and the theaters in the Gandhinagar area. So speaking to the different cultures of cinema in the city. So in the Cantonment, a lot of these theaters were, on South Parade, near the military grounds. Many started out screening films to British troops and officers. And then you had, all these other theaters, Sagar, Nartaki, Sapna, which screened Kannada and Hindi cinema, and a few that screened Telugu cinema. So these two localities presented the sort of heterogeneity and variety of cinema in Bangalore. There was theaters in the Cantonment that screened Tamil films, because there was a Tamil population in the Cantonment. There were also a couple of theaters screening Malayalam films, but this was the mix of cinema in the city, very, very sort of plural in that sense, linguistically and regionally plural. Okay. So I expect everyone in this audience, knows participant observation, or you've had, I understand you've had a presentation on digital ethnography, so I'm not going to spend time on this. but, it's just direct observation, unobtrusive observation. So not necessarily interacting but, not all the time interacting, and conversational interviews. And what I did was I spent a lot of time hanging around movie theaters. And that meant not only watching films with audiences, but also observing audiences outside the theaters, in the ticket queues, where they would gather, buying food from street vendors, overhearing conversations, watching scalpers sell tickets, at adjusted rates, and so on and so forth. And initially, these long hours were spent just getting to know the rhythms of the theaters, how they functioned, and what took place in the theater and its surroundings that might affect the cinema experience. So early on, I would go there by auto rickshaw in the morning and stay there till the evening show. So I would watch these shows back to back with the audience. Sometimes I would go midday and stay and watch the late show, which in those days, the late show gave over, after midnight. But I found as I went along that there was just too much data coming at me. And so it didn't really help me to stay there, for such extended periods of time. So then I started shortening the amount of time I spent at theater so that, I could write field notes, it would not be, overwhelmed by what was happening in the setting. So, it was a happy case of too much data rather than not enough data that, I experienced. So I chose mobility over immobility. Okay, so so here, this is another theater in the Majestic area. I could see some of the activities around the theater. Wandering around outside the theater, in the streets nearby, it gave me a sense of the broader context in which the theater was located, the little eateries and cafes, the street vendors, other sort of stores and shops. And it was very interesting to me that the influence of cinema sort of spread out into the surrounding city. So what I mean by that was a concrete example. Near these theaters, so this Gandhinagar Majestic area, the road was called Kempegowda Road. This road was called the sort of Broadway for Kannada cinema. It had, in its heyday, it had about 40 theaters. So it was a sort of area sort of dominated by the cinema, you could say. And the influence of cinema was seen in, you would have like a barber shop that would display, the images of film stars. And people would go into the barber shop and ask haircuts like Hrithik Roshan or somebody, And so you had the influence of cinema seeping into everyday life around the theaters, very, very, visibly and very tangibly, let me say. This is another theater, Abhinay Theater, and you could again see, this was a kind of matinee show I went for. And you can sort of see the queue. So the queue is not distinct. When I show this to a Western audience, and I say there's a queue there, they say, where is the queue? There is no queue. But in India, we know that, we can identify a queue here, right? So here again, you have a sort of cultural nature of cinema going, This is along Kempegowda Road, where you see theaters next to each other. And this also shaped people's movie-going habits because, if you went to one theater and they were sold out, you would just go to the next door theater and buy whatever tickets were available because you were just in the mood for a movie outing and not necessarily in the mood to see a particular film. And this is again something that film studies that focuses on a particular film or a film genre misses, that very often audiences are in the mood for an outing, a social event, and not necessarily fixated on, I want to see this particular film. At least this was one of my findings in the course of my study. Choosing mobility over immobility is a methodological practice that is a departure from traditional film studies, where the film or media scholar is seated stationary in front of a screen. So this is like the couch methodology, the sofa methodology of studying cinema versus the mobile methodology of studying cinema. So mobile ethnography involved, as I said, wandering around the streets, accompanying moviegoers on their movie outings, visiting stores that sold DVDs and CDs, and even within the theater, moving around between the different seating sections. So, observing and overhearing, what audiences were saying, in the balcony section, the sort of social groupings in the balcony section versus the audiences in what was in those days known as the Gandhi class, the cheap seats in front of the screen, which was mostly occupied by men and by men who belonged to this class that were, many of whom were either unemployed or underemployed. Many were migrants to the city. So this was a very different kind of social composition of the audience in different sections of the theater, which came to light, via participant observation. Okay, so this is a slide showing, as you can see, the different ticket classes and different shows at this Menaka theater, and this is how it used to be displayed. And you could see that here, balcony, second class and first class. So very, very stratified theaters. And it was quite something to understand that you could watch the same film for, a few rupees at the time, or you could watch it for, between 50 and 60 rupees in the balcony, depending on the theater. So the ticket prices varied by the theater. So audiences, who wanted to see the same film for less would not only choose different ticket classes, but they would choose different theaters. And here again, wandering in the theater during the film. So, sometimes audiences would take a break from the film. So these long films, so they would skip the song and dance sequences, sometimes skip the fight scenes. Repeat audiences who had seen the film multiple times would watch only certain sections of the film, and then they would get together in the lobby and discuss the film or talk about other things or eat something. So, I would follow audiences to the lobby when they left the auditorium just to see, what was going on. And this is some of the old theaters. This is Nartaki Theater, also in the Majestic area, in the Gandhinagar area. So, I mapped the natural history of the movie event by accompanying moviegoers to the cinema, and the natural history by which I mean from the planning stages of the movie event, identifying films and theaters, to audiences' strategies to get tickets, packing food and smuggling food into the theater, and then to after the film. So what audiences did after the movie was over. And for in many of these cases, the evening or the afternoon did not end with the movie. Audiences, found other things to do and spend time with each other by eating out or going for ice creams and things like that. And fieldwork also involved hundreds of hours of watching films with audiences. So this is part of my mobile ethnography, going to these shops that sold these DVDs and CDs. And here you could see this, this shop is advertising all languages available, right? So that is the kind of multilingual cinema and music landscape that we are used to in India. That is a surprise to Western scholars, just how plural is the cinematic landscape. So I describe my research as polymorphous. So I attended 143 film screenings, watched additionally films on DVD and television. So I watched, for the study, I watched over 300 feature films produced by different film industries. Conducted 137 conversational interviews, which included professionals in the Kannada film industry, journalists and exhibitors. I attended film shootings, and of course, to immerse myself in the social world of cinema, I also read film reviews, film magazines, and newspaper articles, and so on. My research was also opportunistic, in the sense that I engaged with people about movies wherever I met them, at doctors' offices, at the market, at restaurants. I talked with waiters, many of whom were fans of the movies. During long rides in auto rickshaws, I talked with the auto rickshaw driver. Many auto rickshaw drivers in Bangalore are fans of Kannada cinema. And so they had very strong opinions on the films and on the stars. I also interviewed ushers, ticket clerks, and theater managers. And these were the days before cell phones. I would take along a tape recorder and tape record them whenever they were comfortable with it and with their permission. And here, of course, you see an auto rickshaw with, I think this is a still from Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge. So you see that these auto rickshaws were outfitted. Many of them would have sayings from the films on the body of the auto rickshaw. They would play film music. And this is also, a way in which cinema is mobile in the city is, through these auto rickshaws. Part of my mobile, and opportunistic research was going around the city and seeing the ways in which cinema was cited in the city. These posters and film billboards were stuck all over the city. They were like, I have described them as urban wallpaper in one of my articles. And you had like film music, which you could hear in restaurants and cafes. So the sort of auditory landscape of cinema was everywhere in the city. And here, of course, talking with audiences in ticket queues was also part of this opportunistic research. And sometimes I would get into conversation in ticket queues, and I was able to invite myself to the movies with audiences. Do let me know if I'm going on too long.
No, ma'am, we still have time.
Okay.
We still have a lot of time in our hands.
Okay, thank you. This form of research sensitized me to the way cinema appeared in different parts of the city, the way it manifested, sometimes by chance, sometimes by design. All of a sudden, there would be a film shooting in the city. One would come across cameras and crowds of people, and I was able to observe some of these film shooting events. I think they were more common in those days now with Bangalore traffic, I think it's pretty much impossible, although I expect it still happens. And immersing myself in the way cinema presented itself in the city gave me, a much more in-depth perspective on cinema, rather than, restricting myself to the just the films and the film text and its meanings. Ethnographic research, for those who know it, is all about going with the flow. There is a tolerance of uncertainty and ambiguity, what M.N. Srinivas has called letting the field take over. So being open to points of view, values, worldviews that are different from one's own, and to have flexibility in one's thinking and emotions. And of course, cultivating an analytic imagination. And I should say that, since I started doing this when I was a student, it took me a while to become uncomfortable with the uncertainty and ambiguity that very often accompanies field research. When an interview didn't work out, I would get into a panic, and where sometimes people, would make appointments and agree to be interviewed, and at the last minute, they would cancel. And, I would feel very despondent that, oh, my study is not working out. So I, it took me a while to cultivate the sensibility that, I had to look at things from different angles and find different ways of, getting the data, if we think of it as data, or finding different ways in which a film represented itself to be more flexible. And this also took time. I think early on, I didn't really appreciate the role of chance in ethnographic research. I chanced upon fans of Kannada cinema at a premiere screening and got into conversation with them. And they introduced me to stars because they were close. Many of these fans were close to stars. They would go to film shootings. Till then, I had never anticipated that I would get to interview stars. I had thought of restricting my study to film audiences. But through stars, I gained access to film sets and to directors. And this expanded my study. Once I gained access to directors, producers, and stars, I began to get a sense of the sort of connections between film production and film reception, and how the film evolves over time. The emergent nature of ethnographic research, the chance meeting, certainly shaped and informed my study. I attended many first day screenings where fans had a heavy presence, and it hung out at the theater even late at night, which many fans were surprised to see me, as a young woman there, past midnight. But I wanted to see what the fans were doing. And that was the time when they would decorate the theater awnings, put up garlands, erect the cutouts. They would climb on the scaffolding and garland the scaffolding. And then I found that many of them would just sleep in the theater compound, sometimes in the parking lot. They would spread out a towel on the parking lot grounds and just sleep there, get up in the morning. And, so they were in a state of, heightened excitement, about the premiere screening. And they would be involved in ticket sales because it was a matter of pride and honor for them that the theater should be sold out, a house full, to honor their favorite stars. And by observing all this, I came to understand that fans are involved in co-producing the film's release. So they are not just there as consumers of films, they are also co-producers. Yes, and this gave me, a deeper insight into the involvement and commitment fans make to a film and to stars. And over time, these relationships bore fruit. So early on, ticket clerks and security guards at theaters wouldn't allow me into the theater if the film was not being screened. They would, insist that I buy a ticket, even if there was, no film happening. They would question me, but over time they got to know me, and I could, go in and out of theaters without their, arousing their suspicions. Theater managers whom I had interviewed invited me to their air-conditioned offices and chatted with me about, what they did. They told me how a film was doing and were freer in talking about the film's collections. Earlier, all this was highly, guarded information. They would not want to release any information about how much the theater had collected. But, as they became more comfortable, I got to know this kind of information as well. I sat in on conversations with distributors, representatives, and the manager's friends from nearby theaters who would sort of give him information on how rival films were doing at other theaters. I saw politicians, cars stopping at the theater and their drivers coming in and getting tickets, even though the theater, the manager claimed that tickets were sold out. He would reserve tickets for politicians and the police, who were sort of privileged citizens. So these contacts and relationships help me see interconnections I would otherwise have been oblivious of. I was able to get a sense of the different institutions of cinema, if I can call them that, that is filmmaking and production, exhibition, as well as distribution, and the reception of film, and the role of film habitués and fans in shaping this collective experience. Okay, so I'm going to quickly mention some of the findings, the sort of findings of my study, and then wrap up. One of the findings of this ethnography was the career of a film. That is the journey a film takes from its inception to when it reaches the audience. The career of a film was also observable through repeat viewings. So as I found, audiences would often watch a film multiple times in the theater. I also started watching film multiple times, some viewings, when it was newly released, and then, throughout its stay in the theater. And I found there was a significant difference in the film reception when it was newly released and just before it left the theater. So there was a lot of excitement, a large presence of fans and enthusiasts early in a film's release. And towards the end, they would, the theater would have like few people, they might be sleeping in the air-conditioned interior or sitting under the fans. And, the entire feeling was so very different of the film. So tracing the career of a film revealed to me that a film is constantly evolving, that it is fluid, and that its meanings are not stable, as a textual study would have us believe. So, the fans are also adding to the film's meanings, the active audience is adding to the film's meanings, and sometimes in theaters, audiences would demand that a certain scene be shown repeatedly. So the person who was manning the projector, he would stop the film, rewind, and show certain scenes. So even there, the film was evolving in the theater. Secondly, a second finding was cinema surprise appearances. So this you can see is, when the theater was less full, you have a much sort of quieter atmosphere in the theater. This is when it was newly released. You could see firecrackers going off outside the theater. So, a film's excitement is felt even on the streets. This is again the fragmentation of film in the city. And a surprise appearance of films in the city. So these surprise appearances was one of the findings of my mobile ethnography. So the auto rickshaws carried images of the films and stars. The drivers, as I said, played film music. And cinema, of course, made its appearance in numerous film magazines. Stars promoted consumer goods on large billboards in the city, and they popped up all over the city. So, without ethnography, one is likely to sort of, although one sees these images of cinema everywhere, one doesn't really get a sense of how film is fragmented and the way it is cited in the city. And the various interfaces audiences and city dwellers have with cinema. And finally, ethnography gives us an idea of cinema as a collective act. So here again, as a surprise appearance of cinema in a pharmacy. And I think this is just someone working in the pharmacy had cut this out of a magazine and stuck it on the shelf. Maybe a fan of the star. So, the broad thing is cinema as a collective act. As a sociologist, Howard Becker has identified the process of producing an artwork, that the various participants and contributors reveal this collectively constructed art form right from start to finish, and even after it is released into theaters. And this, contributes to our understanding of cinema, which tech-centered analysis doesn't really give us. And most importantly, ethnography reveals that cinema film cannot be understood simply by studying the film, its stories, or stars, or the director. In film theory, much is made of the auteur, that is the director, and you have auteur theory, as though the director has full control over the film. Whereas ethnography has shown that no one has full control over the film, even audiences can remake the films, fan can co-produce it. And so ethnography gives us this total approach and shows us that film production is a much more democratic process than film theory would have us believe. So I'm going to stop there. And that's these are all, of course, images that I took when I was doing my fieldwork in Bangalore over the years. And sadly, many of these cinema halls are no more. They have been replaced by these fancy multiplexes with their food courts. And so the sort of public presence of cinema is disappearing in the sense that it was there.
Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful session. We learned a lot from the findings and the contributions that you just mentioned. And actually, in your concluding remarks, you mentioned how cinema is now become an epitome of luxury, where even going to cinema and snacking is a form of luxury, is a kind of indulgence, costly indulgence that you treat yourself with. Ma'am, can you reflect why this drastic difference has come into being in the landscape of Indian cinema, where I think it has been started to look as a perspective on huge capitalization that has been directed to this uh, 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 place which was a landscape of expressing creativity, but now people have started capitalizing on it. Can you, ma'am, reflect on this idea?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I think, it started with the multiplexes, with the growing urban middle classes, with growing wealth in India. People want luxury, and people want a film experience that, you know, almost reflects this sort of aspiration, the larger aspiration in the country, wouldn't you say? At least that's how it seems to me. And it also seems to me that there is a lot of Western aspiration to be like the West. So, of course, these fancy multiplexes in India are much fancier than the multiplexes we have here. So it is one better. And I think, you have, as you say, luxury, the multiplexes scream luxury, even the seating classes, gold class, luxury class, and with waiters serving you, and you can lie down and eat like a Roman emperor. You really wonder, what is it that people want? Clearly, consumption is on an upswing. People want to treat themselves. They feel they deserve it. People are making good money. They want to spend money in certain ways, and they feel, they deserve it. And I think that, early on when the multiplexes came, people said they wouldn't last because they didn't really cater to a broad swath of the movie-going public, right? Many of these are in malls. Many of the, people who could afford to go to cinema halls and pay, smaller ticket price, do not go to these malls. But I think other malls have opened up which cater to people who can afford less. So the malls and the multiplexes are also becoming stratified. Although within a particular multiplex, you have like a more homogeneous audience. So this is the other thing, is that it seems that people are, we don't really have the phenomenon of people watching a same movie with people from very different walks of life anymore. We expect this kind of homogeneity in consumer experience, right? That's how it seems to me, that, these upscale malls, these name brand stores, Louis Vuitton and this and that, and, people buying all these branded. When I go to Bangalore now, and, I see people, even people I knew back in the day when I was a college student there, they only buy, Western name brand things, handbags and clothes, and they think I'm very old fashioned, when I don't have these things, So I think certainly, this is, of course, I'm rambling. You had a very nice, concise question, and I'm giving you a rambling answer, which probably is not a everyone already knows, living in India already knows, but it's an astonishment to me. Every time I go to India, I see a ramping up of this process. And I don't know if you see it living there.
No, ma'am, actually, it's a very good point that you just reflected on how we go to cinemas, we go to this PVR and IMAX, and once you come out of watching movies, you indulge in those same things that these movies are displaying: the clothes, the luxury, the food, the kind of food. So I think you know better that in the 1990s, when the Yash Chopra movie started showing, there was a huge shift in the way a person should live, the kind of luxury the European vacations display. So, ma'am, can you can you reflect on how things have changed from the 1990s to here in 2022, 23? The kind of script that we see nowadays, the kind of ideas in the movie that we see nowadays.
You know, it's interesting. I think certainly this whole aspirational class, this, transnational class, you say foreign travel, the emergence of the destination wedding, right? All this, we see in the movies, and we see, happening in India, that, people, as you say, want to follow the movies, and the movies set the tone. I think film scholars in India have written about the Bollywoodization of Indian cinema, where even regional cinema is trying to, is sort of shaped by the influence of Bollywood. So, because apparently that's what, sells with audiences, although maybe more recently, not so much, with the mythologicals, the RRR, and, those kind of movies, which are, setting another kind of trend. But what I have seen is, so when the multiplex first came, there was this whole lot of buzz about the multiplex film, the film that catered to the educated middle class, perhaps, and not to the mass audience. And certainly scholars who have written about, how the multiplex itself has changed cinema. You have a lot more different kinds of films now. You have smaller films that speak to certain niche audiences, right? The crossover films are now not just crossover. You have like certain audience groups, and, they are screening in multiplexes. So perhaps the multiplexes have led to a greater variety of films being made, which is, to me, is interesting how the exhibition setting can actually shape production, going backwards. But it's also interesting to me that when I teach a class on Indian cinema at UMass Boston, and I have to really look for movies that really show Indian culture, that people can sort of engage with as Indian culture, that is not people living in New York and shopping at Bergdorf Goodman's or something, So then people say, okay, so what makes this an Indian film, right? If people are holidaying, in France and shopping in New York, what is Indian about it? And so that requires a sort of in-depth excavation of how Indian culture continues to be represented in these films, because it certainly does. I would say, and I expect, otherwise the films would not be popular in India, would they? Can I ask you or anyone there, why do you think the Indian Spider-Man is popular in India? I believe it's very popular now, is doing very well.
Indian Spider-Man, ma'am.
Yeah, there's an Indian Spider-Man. What is his name? Pavitra somebody. I believe three Indian men wrote the script, and now it is the movie is being screened in India, and it has become hugely popular. And so somebody was asking me, why do you think an American superhero film is now popular in India? And clearly, this is an Indian version of Spider-Man. So, okay, so maybe you have not seen it, and maybe it's not made such a big splash. But this is a question people are asking, talking about the films and the kinds of films that are coming out now.
Oh, so I would like the audience to direct this in the chat box. So we'll come back to that again, ma'am. And we have a question from Dr. Smita for you. She asks how the ethnographic subjects can be related to regional differences, or do you think that it's it's pan-India? It's pan-India the same?
Sorry, I didn't understand how it can be related to what differences?
To regional differences,
Regional
or,
differences.
or do you think it's the pan India the same?
Thank you for that question. I mean, I think the audience is so segmented. Many people say that South Indian audiences are more lively and volatile and vocal. And then you have like audiences that flock to films of particular stars. So everyone knows that superstar Rajnikant commands a certain kind of audience that follow him from film to film. And there are some stars like that. There is some stars that are of Telugu cinema that also command these audience followings. Certainly, audiences in upscale multiplexes would be very different kind of audiences compared to audiences that I describe in cinema halls. So I think there's huge difference, not only regionally, but also in terms of class, perhaps social class, and where people watch movies. Anyway, that would be the way I would answer that question.
Thank you, ma'am. And even Ram Prakash Tiwari, he had the question on the same line. One more question, ma'am. Why do you think these actors were idolized and worshipped? And even they are still idolized and worshipped. Why do you think this happens?
Why does it happen? I mean, it has always happened, hasn't it? We have always idolized film stars, cricket stars. They have captured the imagination and also the roles they play, these larger than life heroes, almost like mythological heroes. So it's easy in India to connect them to mythological heroes. They seem to have supernatural abilities in the films they portray. M.S.S. Pandian has written about M.G. Ramachandran and how how his films helped propel him into politics in Tamil Nadu. So the roles he played, and I think there are some answers there in how MGR, chose certain roles which made people look up to him in a certain way and made people feel that he would protect them and, be on their side. So that is one kind of hero. And then you have Rajnikant, who is, seems omnipresent and omnipotent and and then, what's interesting to me is in the Kannada film world also, you have certain stars being given certain names. So I think, sadly, the late Puneet Rajkumar was called Power Star because he used to do these powerful jumps. He was an action hero and his fans loved it. They went his movies just to see that. And then Ganesh was called Golden Star because I think he had a series of successes, his films. So I think golden as in having the golden touch at the box office. So you had all these. I don't know if I've answered the question satisfactorily, but I think this is not new.
No, ma'am, you have answered the question satisfactorily. Ma'am, another question is that what were your findings in your opportunistic research? What were your significant findings when you interviewed people from different backgrounds? The significant ones, if you could mention here.
I don't know if the two I would put together, like the opportunistic research and the people from different backgrounds necessarily. But what I found was the sort of prevalence of cinema, in Bangalore itself sort of was startling, where all it existed and in the various ways in which it manifested. It was so much part of the public imagination that I was not expecting it. it seemed after a while that wherever I turned, I would see some fragment or element or representation of cinema. And that really made me really understand how important it was in the culture. People say, oh, India is a movie crazy culture. That doesn't really explain a lot unless you go deep into, a setting and see its significance in the course of everyday life, if I may put it that way. People are surprised to learn that even those who don't earn much would spend a lot on movie tickets and going to see their favorite stars. So it is not a question of just purchasing power. It is a question of adulation for fans. And they take great pride in spending hundreds and hundreds of rupees and going to the movies, even though they may not earn that much. And that is something that I think people in the West find surprising. Like, why would someone do that? It seems totally illogical, irrational, whatever way you want to understand it. But it is a social fact.
Thank you, ma'am. And with this, we are going to wrap up this session. I thank you from my whole heart to be here and to give us this wonderful and insightful session. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you all. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you so much, Professor Lakshmi, for joining in.
Thank you, Shruti, for inviting me.
It's been really wonderful to hear you once again. And it's been it's been a privilege and honor for us that you accepted the invitation to take this session. We are indeed glad, and your vast experience helps. I'm sure has helped not only us but all the FDP participants in understanding about media ethnography more in detail, because all that you have mentioned comes from your experience that you went and you did in Bangalore. So I'm sure the participants would have thoroughly benefited from today's session. So thank you so much. I know it's late night for you, and you still accept to take this lecture. We're indeed grateful for you, Professor Lakshmi, for joining and taking this session. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the effort that you have done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I enjoyed it. And if anyone has other questions, they can email me. I'm happy to be in conversation. I also keep learning this way. So it's for me also.
Yes, very true. Very true. It's always, for us also, it's a learning. When we hear you, we also get to know so many other different experience that, we get to learn from you about media ethnography, etc. So I'm sure I'll share the email. If there's anybody having any questions, they can certainly get back to you.
Sure,
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Or comments. Thank you. Thank you so much. My pleasure.
I think the comments are there in the chat box.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. I think there are several, there's several comments in the chat box also. Yeah. Like, for example, very informative session. Very interesting to know this. It requires lots of effort and time to collect data. Your efforts are really great. So I think, these are few of the comments which have come in the chat box. So thank you, Professor Lakshmi. And we hope you have it's a good night for you. For us, it's the start of the day. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Have a good rest of the day.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Suesha.
Yes, ma'am. We'll be updating the feedback form soon. And we have our next session from 11:45 to 1 p.m. So from Professor Neeta Tripathi, and we'll be seeing everyone at that time. And we'll be sharing the feedback form around 11:30. I would request the participants to please log in by 11:30. Thank you so much.
We'll share the feedback form around 11.
Sure, ma'am. We'll share the feedback form around 11:30.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. I would request the participants to please log in by 11:30. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
A warm welcome to you for the last day of our session.
Thank you so much.
Session. And thank you for taking time out to deliver this session. We're indeed grateful to you and Dr. Pushpraj for taking up this. And now over to you, Dr. Suesha, so that we can start the session on time.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Before we start this session, I would like to say a few words about Professor Neeta. Dr. Neeta Tripathi, Professor in the Department of Commerce, Dayal Singh College, University of Delhi. Her research areas include corporate finance, behavioral finance, international business, international trade and investment, ethical finance. She has authored 2 books entitled Foreign Trade and Investment in India, Policies and Performance, and Understanding Foreign Institutional Investors, an Indian Perspective, published by reputed publishers. She also edited a book entitled Contemporary Trends in Business and Finance. She has written numerous research papers published in various international and national journals, including Scopus Index and UGC CARE. She has also been associated as a content writer with the UGC EPG Pathshala project under the NME ICT mission of MHRD, Government of India. She successfully completed 2 major research projects awarded by ICSSR in 2012 and by UGC in 2017. At present, she is working on 2 reference books and 1 textbook. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Suasha, for such a nice introduction and for giving this opportunity to join you. Dear friends, as we know that in recent time period, social science research have seen several developments that have shaped the field and influenced the way research is conducted. Some notable trends are interdisciplinary collaboration and integration of technologies in research methodologies. Because of interdisciplinary collaboration, researchers are now able to integrate findings in methodologies from different disciplines, such as economics, political science, sociology, commerce, and anthropology, etc. For example, in commerce stream, now more emphasis is on understanding the dynamics of behavior with reference to finance and the investment. Researchers are also exploring various aspects of satisfaction level, impact of ethics and spirituality, etc. In advance, or we can say in addition to this development, advancement in technologies has not only facilitated the data collection and analysis, but has also opened up new avenues for conducting the research. The use of computational methods, machine learning, big data analysis has enabled researchers to explore large data sets and uncover patterns and insights that were previously inaccessible. So in this background, I'm going to speak on the topic sampling design and methods in social science research. Please give me a few seconds to share my screen. Is it visible? Hopefully it is visible to everyone.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible to us.
Yeah. So after learning this lecture, you all will be able to understand the sampling and its importance. Why do we need sample? And what is the importance of sampling in the research? Then we will learn various components, various aspects of the sampling design process. For example, the target population, sampling frame, sample size, and the sampling technologies. Various types of sampling technologies we use while framing the sampling process design. Then we will learn various sampling methods, random sampling or the probability sampling methods, non-random or the non-probability sampling methods. After that, I will try to differentiate between the errors which researchers encountered while doing the research, for example, sampling errors and the non-sampling errors. So what is sampling? Before we do or learn something about the sampling on the sample, we must understand the population, the importance of population in the research. Population is the entire data set for which the researcher wants to do something. For the entire scenario, the entire data for which researchers want to inference or the want to do something about those data. So any group of people, if we define the population, we can say that any group of people or objects that form the subject of study in a particular survey, in a particular area of investigation, or in a particular inquiry from the population. So finding out the population or determination of the population is the most important aspect of starting the research. But once we find out, once we understand the population of the study, then we have an obvious question, whether to work on each element of the population or to select some elements of the population. So because of these questions, we have one important feature of the population. We must understand some important characteristics of the population, which is known as an element. So when each unit of the population is identified, it is known as an element. Single member of the population is known as an element. Again, there is a question whether to work on the entire elements comprising the whole categories of the element, or just to select the some elements of the population. So when we work on each and every element of the population, this way, this method is known as a census. So population is the entire data set. Within that entire data set, the whole data set, we have a different elements, different types of the elements. When we work on each and every element, this is known as the census method. But because of the time, because of time constraint, because of money constraint, it is not possible to apply the census method in different categories of the research. So we select some portion or some elements as a data set. So when we extract some element, some portion from the population, it is known as a sample. So small portion of the population for study referred to as a sample. But whenever we want to extract or take out something from the population, it is not as simple as it seems. It involves a number of other considerations. So sample का मतलब ये नहीं कि हम simply अपने population में से कुछ data को extract कर लेंगे. No, it is a very scientific procedure. We have to apply the scientific procedure by selecting the sample from the population, and that process or procedure is known as a sampling process. So sampling process is a procedure of selecting sample from the population. Whenever we integrate various types of technologies, whenever we apply various activities to extract the sample from the population, that procedure, that process is known as a sampling process or the sampling design. Now, why it is necessary, why it is essential to apply the sampling? So there are some benefits of the sampling. For example, it saves time. If we work on the entire data set, it requires some more time. When we work on the entire data set, it involves more money. But contrast to that, if we work on the sample, it requires lesser times and the lesser money. Again, most of the time, nature of the study also feasible for the sampling. So there are various types of studies where sampling is the most appropriate one. When we apply the sampling, we can also control the non-sampling errors, and we can have, most of the time we have accurate results from the sample. Again, Feasibility is the most important aspect to apply the sampling or the sampling procedure. As I told you earlier, that selection of sample is not a very simple activity. Sample itself is a very confusing one. किसको हमें sample में include करना है, किसको हमें exclude करना है. So identification of the elements to be included in the sample or to exclude from the sample requires framing the sampling design or the sampling process. Then sampling process is a chronology of various steps. We have to apply these steps one by one to do or to collect the more representative sample. So there are 5 steps which we can follow while designing the sampling process. First step is define the target population. अभी हमारे पास क्या term था? Just one term, the population. Now we have the target population. The main difference between the population and the target population is that the aspect of or the component, the area of the population in which researcher is more interested, that is the target population. So whenever we collect the information entirely from the perspective of the research, that information, that data set is known as a target information. So first step by the researcher to frame the sampling process or to start with the sampling process design, the researcher firstly define or decide about the target population. किस population को target करके हमें अपना research start करना है. Again, the identification of the target population depends upon the research objectives. क्या research के objectives हैं? Again, the time and cost. So 3 important consideration while deciding about the target populations are objectives of the research, time required to complete the research, and the cost which a researcher can incur while doing the research. Keeping in mind all these things, a researcher should define firstly the target population. Then after identifying the target population, next step is to determine the sampling frame. अब sampling frame क्या है? हमने target population identify कर लिया. Target population means the number of elements of the population which we want to study. But those elements, the information about those elements must be from certain sources. So sampling frame means the elements, the sample, the sources from which we get information about the elements. It is a list of elements from which a sample may be drawn. कहाँ से हमें उन elements की information मिलेगी? It could be the telephone directory, it could be students' email, it could be the list of the students, attendance list of the students, the map, anything. The source from which we get the information. MCD database or the database released by the various governmental agencies. So anything which complies, which provides the information about the target population is known as a sampling frame. That sampling frame must be the authentic one. हम जहाँ से भी ले रहे हैं target population की information, that must be the authentic source. So source is the sampling frame. Then after selecting, after deciding about the sampling frame, the next step is to select the appropriate sampling technique. There are a number of categories of the sampling techniques which we generally make use while working on the sample data. These techniques are random versus non-random, also known as a probability and the non-probability sampling techniques. So we have to apply the random technique or the non-random technique. Again, it depends upon the nature of the research. We have to apply which category, which type of the random technique. It again depends upon the nature, the cost, and the time of the research we undertake. And the last one, the fourth one, not the last one, but the fourth one after deciding about the sampling technique is to determine the sample size. It is a very important one. क्या sample size है हमारा? The number of elements the total amount, the total number of elements which we want to include in the study is known as a sample size. Again, the important consideration while deciding about the sample size is the nature of research and the analysis. What type of research we want to do, it depends upon, it decides about the sample size and the analysis. If we want to do a very rigorous analysis, then the sample size must be the larger one. But for a smaller study, we can do with a smaller number of the sample size. So after completing or after following, deciding about first to fourth step, a researcher execute the sampling process. So important consideration before executing the sampling process are target population, sampling frame, sampling techniques, and the sample size. All of these are the prerequisite to execute the sampling process. Now, in the third step of the sampling process, where we discussed about the appropriate sampling technique, these sampling techniques are the foundation of every research. Further, we can classify these sampling techniques or the methods into two categories: random sampling methods, also known as a probability sampling methods, non-random sampling methods, also known as a non-probability sampling methods. Now, what is random sampling method? Random means without any biasness. We select the element of the population into the sample without any biasness. So equal chance. Each element of the population has equal chance of being included in the sample. So no one knows whether that element will be a part of the sample or not. So that is the random or the probability. Probability means the chance. So every element of the population has an equal chance of being included in the population. That is the probability. Then non-random, in contrast to the random method, here we have a certain criteria, certain biasness. We can say that we have a certain consideration in our mind while selecting the element from the population to make that element as a part of the sample. So it is not a without bias. Some kind of judgment, some kind of consideration, some kind of other factors are also involved when we make element a part of our sample. So these are the two categories of the sampling methods which we generally apply. But again, these methods are of various types. For example, random methods or the probability sampling methods and techniques, we have a long list of methods we can use in research, starting from the simple random sampling method to stratified sampling, cluster sampling or area sampling, systematic sampling or the multi-stage sampling. Please note that all these methods are the various types of the random methods. It means biasness is absolutely removed, or we can say that the elements are chosen on the basis of the certain criteria. There must be some reason or the logic that a particular element form a part of the system. But in case of a non-random or the non-probability sampling, various types are the quota sampling, we fix the quota, convenience sampling, as per the convenience, judgment sampling, some kind of consideration, some kind of judgment of the researcher involved, and the snowball sampling. So these two categories, both these categories of the sampling methods are equally important while conducting the research. Again, which category of the methods we have to select, it depends upon the nature of the study. If we are working on a large data set, so random or the probability sampling methods and techniques, the appropriate one. But for a smaller study, to understand just one aspect of the research or to just explore about one angle, one approach of the topic, non-random sampling techniques can also be used. Most of the time, we use a mixed methods also. Some one technique and after that, the another. So in this way, we can use these categories of the methods. Now let's learn these methods one by one. First of all, the simple random sampling method. Now, what is simple random sampling method? We know that randomness means each and every probability, each and every element has a chance to be included in the sample. This is the simple random sampling. But at the same time, because elements are having the equal chance to include in the population, at the same time, it is beyond the human biasness. But how to select, how to initiate the random sampling or the random techniques, the simple random sampling techniques, just there are two methods. कैसे हम select करेंगे अपने sample को? जब हम start कर रहे हैं, हमारे पास population का data है, हम पहला data, पहला element कैसे incorporate करेंगे अपने sample में? So there are two ways through which we can incorporate the element in the sample. First one is a lottery method. हमने कहा ये random method है, तो कोई ना कोई reason, कोई ना कोई logic there must be. So first of all is the lottery methods. We all know lottery methods में हम क्या करते हैं? Suppose करिए 1 to 100 हमारे पास में data series है. हमने सारे elements को 1 to 100 हमारा total population है, total data series है. सारे elements को हमने क्या करा? एक चिट पे लिखा 1 to 100. उसको shuffle करा और 1 by 1 हर चिट को हमने निकाला. अगर हमें 20 डेटा सेट्स लेना है एज ए सैंपल साइज इज 20, तो 20 टाइम्स हमने क्या करा? अपने सिस्टम से या अपने बास्केट से हमने चिट्स को निकाला. तो जो भी हमारे पास में एलिमेंट आ रहा है, वी कीप ऑन incorporating that element into our sample. So this is the random method. So again, random because every element is having a equal opportunity. Second way through which we can select the random number is the use of computers. आप MS Excel पे जाते हैं, वहाँ पे एक function होता है generation of random numbers. So we can you can make use of that function to generate the random numbers, and in this way the numbers or the elements are incorporated in the sample. Then second method is stratified sampling. It is a very wonderful method when we have a population of different characteristics. because हमारा population क्या होता है? हमारा population क्या है? Either we work on a consolidated population without considering the various attributes or the characteristics of the population. So as a group only. So in that case, we can apply the random sampling technique, the simple random sampling technique. But when we are interested to more about the various attributes of the population, attributes or the characteristics, for example, the age, the gender, these are the attributes. When we classify the population on the basis of certain parameters, certain characteristics, it is known as a grouping of the population. So when we want to study the various attributes of the population, stratified sampling is the best suitable one. In this sampling, the elements in the population are divided into homogeneous groups, and those homogeneous groups are called the strata. हम पूरी population को क्या कर रहे हैं? Divide कर रहे हैं. Suppose करिए population हमारे पास 50,000 population units को हमने divide करा on the basis of certain characteristics or the certain attributes. Those attributes are, it could be the age, educational background, income level, gender, region, or the religion. These could be the probable attributes of the population. When we classified, when we form the population on the basis of the age only, that is known as a strata. So we form the homogeneous groups known as a strata. Then after forming the homogeneous groups, we use the simple random sampling method to select a sample from each the strata and to form the stratum. So stratums are heterogeneous within and stratas are the homogeneous within. सारी categories, पूरी population किस पे based है हमारे education age पर. One strata, strata 1. Another category, second strata is on the basis of the educational qualification. Strata 3 is on the basis of the income level. So homogeneous, these stratas are homogeneous within. Inside the stratas, the attributes are the homogeneous one. So stratas are homogeneous. But when we form these 5 categories of the strata, next step is to form the stratum. अब क्या हम करेंगे? For example, in strata 1, which is classified on the basis of the age, we take out some samples from that strata. Then second strata, on the basis of the educational, we take out some elements to include in our sample. So when we take out some elements from these stratas to finally form the stratum. तो अभी stratum में हमारे पास में क्या हो गया? Some categories, some elements of having a specific categorization relating with the age, some elements having the categorization on the basis of the educational qualifications, then the religion, the region, and the gender. So stratas are homogeneous group classification of the population on the homogeneous basis, on the homogeneous groups, and further divide the stratas into the stratum on the basis of the heterogeneous characteristics of the population. So when we do the demographic study, when we want to understand the investor's perception, when we want to know more about the preferences of the consumers about any product or any services, we generally make use of the stratified random sampling. Now, just to further differentiate between the simple random and the stratified random sampling, take this example. For example, a company wants to know the consumer's preferences about its latest product, and for that, the population size is 10 lakh or more, and the required sample size is 10,000 customers. Because the nature of the study is to find out the preferences, the consumer preferences. So the population must contain a different people from the different age group. So population must have a various characteristics itself. So it could be the people from the different age group, the educational qualification, religion, regions, income levels, and economic status. So these groups may have, because we want to know the preferences of the consumers. So these consumer groups may have a different reasons for preferring a brand. If we select the 10,000 people randomly from the population, it may not be the representative sample. हमने सबको select कर लिया, it could be a more inclined one towards the age or towards the education. So it is not the appropriate one in this type of situation. It is not appropriate to apply the simple random sampling technique. The most suitable technique in this case is the stratified sampling. And for that, we have to, first of all, form the strata, means the homogeneous grouping. And after that, make the stratum out of the strata. But then we can make use of the sampling, random sampling procedure to obtain the samples from the stratas. So appropriateness of the stratified sampling is when we have a different attributes of the population. Next method, next random technique method is the cluster or the area sampling. It is a very interesting one. Most of the time, it looks that it is similar to the stratified sampling. But the main difference between the stratified sampling and the cluster sampling is that in this case, in this cluster sampling, the stratas are not formed. It means we don't classify the population on the basis of the homogeneous factors or on the basis of the homogeneous characteristics. What we do in this case, we classify the entire population into clusters without considering the common characteristics, without paying any kind of attention of the homogeneity of the population. For example, if this is the population, we can divide this population into 3 clusters, cluster 1, cluster 2, and cluster 3. So stratified sampling, we form the strata, we know, and these stratas are homogeneous within. These stratas are on the basis of some common characteristics, on the basis of some common attributes. But clusters are not homogeneous. Clusters are internally heterogeneous. Internally heterogeneous means, for example, this cluster 1. This cluster 1 may have a people having different age group, coming from the different age group, different income level, different educational background, following the different religion, or they are coming from the different region as well. So these characteristics of this cluster 1 having a heterogeneous attributes. So when we divide the population on the basis of the heterogeneous characteristics, we form the clusters. So the difference between the strata and the clusters are, stratas are the homogeneous one and clusters are the heterogeneous one. After applying or after classifying the population into various clusters or into various areas, we can further classify on the basis of the strata or on the basis of the stratum. For example, Delhi, total population of the Delhi, if we divide the Delhi into 4 major areas or 4 major clusters, it would be the North Delhi, the South Delhi, the West Delhi, or the East Delhi. When we divide the entire population of the Delhi into these 4 clusters, we are forming the clusters, not the stratas. After forming the clusters, we can form the stratas. It means in a West Delhi, the people having a certain age up to 65 years of age, or the people having a certain amount of the income level or the educational qualifications. So cluster formation is a heterogeneous one. Classification is based on the area. Classification is based on the availability of the data of that particular area. After dividing the area, we can further form the clusters or the we can further form the stratas or the stratum. Next important technique of random sampling is the systematic sampling. The name itself suggests that something is systematically drawn upon. Something is systematic on the basis of which elements are included. So in this method, in this technique, sample elements are selected from the population at uniform intervals. And in terms of those intervals are in terms of the time, in terms of the order or the space. So when we select the elements on the basis of some systematically basis or on the basis of certain systematically analysis, it is known as a systematic sampling. So to initiate the systematic sampling, we calculate the sample frame. हमारे पास कुछ analysis है, कुछ frame है, कुछ formulas है, on the basis of which we incorporate the element in the sample. So we have to calculate the sample frame. Sample frame means the total number of units in the population. This is the formula, that total number of units in the population divided by the sample size. When we find out, when we divide the total number of the units in the population by the sample size, we get the sample frame. For example, if the total population is 600 and we want a sample size, our sample size is the 30, then the sample frame would be the 20. It is a wrong one. 600 divided by the 30, the sample frame would be the 20. So to select the first number, we select the first number randomly from the population, and after selecting the first number randomly, every 20th number of the population will be included in the sample. So again, the 20th number is the systematic number which we include, the systematic element which we include in our population. So whenever we decide about this number, this is just like a generation of the number. जो हमने first case में करा था, simple random sampling. When we generate the numbers, this is another way of generating the number. When we divide the total population from the sample size, we get one number. And that number is the yardstick. That number is the point from where we can select the element to incorporate in our sample. So after that number, first number we select randomly, पहला number हमने randomly select करा. After that sample frame number automatically will become a part of the systematic sampling. And the last method of the systematic random sampling technique is multi-stage sampling. बहुत बार हम इस मेथड को यूज करते हैं हम जब भी हम अपना सर्वे करते हैं, जब भी हम कंज्यूमर प्रेफरेंसेस को लार्जर स्केल पे फाइंड आउट करते हैं, या हम अपने ओपिनियन पोल्स की हम बात करते हैं. सो मल्टी स्टेज सैम्पलिंग इज अ कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ द क्लस्टर सैम्पलिंग, द स्ट्रैटा सैम्पलिंग and systematic sampling in most of the situations, and the simple random sampling for a very large data set. When we select the sample on the basis of the various stages, we classify the entire population into various stages. It is known as a multi-stage sampling. So collection of units or collection of elements in more than one stage. हम एक बार में stop नहीं करते. हमारा जो सैंपल है, हमारा जो पॉपुलेशन कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स है या जो एट्रीब्यूट्स है, वी कीप ऑन एक्सप्लोरिंग, वी कीप ऑन filter them out, we keep on doing on those population elements. So for a very large scale study, for a very large scale data set, we generally make use of the multi-stage sampling. जब भी हमारे यहाँ पे आप देखिए सिंपल एग्जांपल है पॉपुलेशन, जब भी सेंसस होता है, census, population census is a clear, simple example of the multi-stage sampling. We divide the entire country into primary units. Those primary units are the 28 states, all states of the India. Then second stage pe, what we do? We classify those states into the districts. Suppose करो 50 district हमने take up करे, those 50 district, or we can incorporate all districts of these 28 states. Then we divide in a third stage those districts into the cities and finally blocks. And one more stage can also be added if we are interested in finding out the attributes in terms of the households. So this is a multiple layers of selecting the data from 28 states to the household. There are multiple states, there are multiple state ways through which we collect the data and we incorporate the elements into our population. So this is the multi-stage sampling. All these methods of the random sampling are having are appropriate in one way or the another. Again, it depends upon the nature of the study. Most of the time, we use the mixed method, for example, simple random sampling with stratified sampling with the cluster sampling, or the stratified or the cluster sampling with the multi-stage sampling. So it is not all these methods are pervasive. All these methods are equally important depending upon the nature of the study. Then we have another categories of the methods, which is known as a non-random and the non-probability methods. Non-random, we know that elements are not having equal chance of inclusion in the sample. So when the elements are not having equal chance to be included in the sample, it is known as a non-random techniques. First non-random technique or the method is quota sampling. In this method, we select the sample on the basis of certain demographic characteristics, such as age, gender, education, and the occupation. But that selection is not the random one. That is based on certain type of the fixation of the quota. So researcher fixed the quota on the basis of the population elements available, and then finally select those elements in the sample. For example, if a researcher wants to select a sample of 10,000 from a population of 50,000, so one characteristics of the population is that 10,000 males are in that population and 40,000 are the females. So we classify the population on the basis of the gender, and out of the 50,000, 10,000 are male and 40,000 are the female. So to make the sample more representative one, researcher fix the quota. Then how to fix the quota? The number of units, number of elements of a specific gender divided by the total population. For example, here the 10,000 are 10,000 people, 10,000 are the males. So 10,000 divided by the 50,000, that is 1/5 for the male. So 1/5 weightage in that total population is of the male. Then 40,000 divided by the 50,000, that is the 4/5 for the female. This is the quota. Quota is fixed by the researcher on the basis of the population characteristics available to him. Now we apply the same quota while we select the sample. For example, in case of 1,000, because we have to select the sample of 1,000 people from the total population of the 50,000. So 1,000 out of 1,000, 200 must be the males, because fixed quota is 1/5 for the male. Similarly, 4/5, 800 should be the females. The quota is 4/5 for the females. If we classify the sample, or if we fix the quota in this way, so the sample should be more representative of the population. Agar humne quota fix nahi kara, what will happen? In that case, it could be possible that 1,000 or the 700 elements or 700 would be the male one, or the 300 the female one. So it is not going to be the representative sample. To make the sample more representative, researcher fix the quota or apply the quota fixation. Another non-random sampling technique is a convenience sampling. As the name itself suggests, that elements are selected on the basis of the convenience of a researcher. If we are not working on a large data set, if we are working just on one aspect of the data set, then the convenience sampling is the appropriate one. It means easily available data. हम कभी भी मॉल्स में जाते हैं, सिनेमा हॉल्स में जाते हैं, या हम किसी मार्केट में, लोकल मार्केट्स में जाते हैं, वहाँ पे छोटे छोटे सर्वेस कंडक्ट हो रहे होते हैं, वहाँ पे वो डेटा कलेक्शन का काम कर रहे होते हैं. वो सारे किसके एग्जाम्पल है? कन्वीनियंस सैम्पलिंग. Preferences of the consumers to visit that place. So it is a convenient researcher. It is the convenience for the researcher to collect the data at specific place or at a specific point of time. So as per collection of the data or the inclusion of the element on the basis of the convenience of the researcher is a part of the convenience sampling. Then we have a judgment sampling. In judgment sampling, the researcher is the king. Researcher is having a knowledge. Researcher is having a expertise to incorporate the various elements in the population. So researcher को क्या लगता है कि मेरे पास में knowledge है, मेरे पास में information है, मेरे पास में अपनी study को understand करने का एक proper aspect है. So on the basis of these characteristics, on the basis of these features, when a researcher incorporates some elements in the sample, it is known as a judgment sample, entirely on the basis of the decision of the researcher. Then last sampling technique is non-random sampling technique is the snowball sampling method or the technique. This technique is based on the referral method. हम किसी ना किसी को रेफर करते हैं, कोई भी सर्वे हुआ, कोई भी इंटरव्यू हुआ, तो रिसर्चर्स ने क्या पूछा कि आप किसी 2 लोगों को रेफर करो. So on the basis of when we keep on getting the data, when we keep on incorporating the elements in the sample, it is known as a snowball sampling method. And these sampling methods are widely used in case of the interview or the survey techniques. For example, just look at this figure. Starting point of the reference is this individual. This man introduces these 2 individuals, and these 2 individuals further refer these 3 people. So in this way, we can develop the chain of the references, and we can incorporate the elements into our sample, into our sample. So snowball means that something on the basis of the reference. It is again a non-random techniques because we are referring. So biasness is also present here. मैं किसको रेफर करूंगी? The person who is having the same educational background, more or less the same income status, same age group. So we keep on referring the people in a certain characteristics, having a certain features, जिसको भी हम जानते हैं. हम जानेंगे किसको? जो हमारे आसपास रहते हैं. And that connectivity plays an important role in case of a snowball sampling. So these are the important non-random sampling methods. Then after understanding the random and the non-random sampling methods, we must know something about the errors. Because research is not beyond the errors. Whenever we work on the data, whenever we try to organize the data, create or select the sample, errors are always there. So we can classify the errors into 2 categories, sampling errors as well as the non-sampling errors. Ab sampling errors kya hai? When sample is not a representative of the population, when sample is not depicting the true picture of the population, those errors are known as a sampling errors. Because of these sampling errors, all the inferences which researcher make are not the correct one. It is primarily due to the quality selection of the sample. And there could be number of reasons for the quality selection of the sample, not properly understanding the attributes of the population, not resorting to the systematic sampling techniques, formation of the strata on a wrong ground, cluster. All these are the reason for encountered with the sampling errors. In contrast to the sampling errors, there are number of other categories of the errors, which is known as a sampling errors. So all other errors other than the sampling errors are known as a non-sampling errors. For example, the response errors. हम जब भी collect करते हैं data, responses are not the true one. Most of the time, respondents don't provide accurate information about so many attributes or the characteristics. For example, the age, for example, the income level. So when we have those kinds of errors, those errors are known as a response errors. Respondents are not giving the accurate information while surveyed or the interviews. Then another category of the non-sampling errors are non-response bias. Response ही नहीं मिलते हैं. आप mails भेज रहे हो, आप WhatsApp कर रहे हो, आप other अपने groups के through share कर रहे हो link को, but respondents are not giving a response. So those categories of errors are known as a response bias. या हमारे पास में जो responses आ रहे हैं, they are of very lesser in numbers. So the non-sampling errors. At the time of compilation of the data, at the time of organization of the data, if we missed out certain figures, certain numbers to incorporate, then errors occur, and those errors are known as a non-sampling errors. Similarly, at the time of publication of the errors, if there are some missing values, if there are some printing errors. So those are also known as a non-sampling errors. So non-sampling errors are categories of errors which are not related with the representativeness of the sample. ये हम यहाँ पे अपने samples के representativeness नहीं बता रहे. We are not talking about the accuracy of the sample. Rather, we are talking about the other factors because of which the errors generally incorporate into the research. So all these samples, all these errors are known as a non-sampling errors. So whenever we try to find out, whenever we try to work out about the sampling errors and the non-sampling, when we want to minimize the sampling and the non-sampling errors, we carefully plan our research process design, particularly the techniques, particularly the sampling methods. The more accurate the sampling methods, the lesser will be the chance of incurring the sampling errors. जितना ज्यादा, जितना representative हमारा sample होगा, हमारा sampling errors क्या हो जाएंगे, कम हो जाएंगे. But as far as the non-sampling errors are controlled, researchers cannot control the non-sampling errors. हम किसी को नहीं कह सकते कि आप accurate information दो. हमें नहीं पता कि जो एज बताई है रिस्पोंडेंट्स ने, जो इनकम बताई है रिस्पोंडेंट्स ने, वो सही है या वो गलत है. सो टू सम एक्सटेंट we can control the sampling errors, but we cannot control the non-sampling errors. And when we draw our data, whenever there is a deviation of the curve from the normal distribution, this deviation is particularly due to the non-sampling errors. Sampling errors को हम बहुत time तक हम उसको control कर पाते हैं. Non-response bias है, we cannot control. अगर कोई response ही नहीं दे रहा है तो हम उसको कैसे force करेंगे कि आप हमें response दो. Response दे रहे हैं लेकिन वो accurate response नहीं है तो उसको हम कहीं पर भी verify नहीं कर सकते. We incorporate those information into the data. So non-sampling errors are more dangerous in case of the research. Further, you can refer these books for the further study. If you want to know more about the social science research, sampling methods, research design, and methodology, you can refer these books. Thank you so much. And if you have any doubt, any query, you are most welcome.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this insightful session. We have a few questions for you. Ma'am, the first question is, which method is good for a demographic study?
Okay, for a demographic study, population is having a different characteristics. We have to classify the population on the basis of a different attributes. So if a large-scale study is to be undertaken, then multi-stage sampling method is the appropriate one, but we can also apply the strata or the cluster sampling method at the same time.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, another question for you from Dr. Ashwini is, how can you identify non-sampling errors?
This is the most important one to identify the non-sampling errors. For example, if we are having a number of responses which are inclined or which are skewed in one way or the another way, whenever the data, when we draw the data and the data is deviate more from the normal distribution, it is a simple indication that non-sampling errors are in our sample. So we have to filter out, we have to work upon through the number of interviews. तभी हम कहते हैं ना कि एक ही बार जब हम data collect करते हैं, approach that respondent multiple times, ask the same questions from the different angles, repeat the questions again and again, different time periods, apply the questionnaire or do the survey not only at a one point of time but at a different intervals, and repeat the questions. So in this way, if you are getting the information different at a different intervals in a different point of time. So it means the respondent is not giving a right kind of information. So extracting the right kind of information is a challenge for the researcher. That's why we repeat the data again and again to filter out the non-random errors. This is the best way through which we can filter out the non-sampling errors from the sample. बार बार आप विजिट करो रिस्पोंडेंट्स को, आप इंटरव्यू करो, बार बार रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आता है, मल्टीपल ईमेल्स भेजते हैं, हम बार बार रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं. So this is the way through which we can minimize.
Ma'am, so this is a follow-up question. Since we would understand that the respondent is not giving us the correct data, then what is the way for us to determine which data should we take into account amongst the others which the respondent has provided to us?
Again, you have to use your wisdom or the judgment. What else we can do?
Sure, ma'am.
Repeatedly, my advice is to visit that respondent again and again. देखो प्रॉब्लम ये नहीं है कि हमारे पास में रिस्पॉन्स तो हमारे पास में आया हुआ है, ज्यादा प्रॉब्लमेटिक हमारे लिए क्या है कि रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आ रहा है. If one person is giving a response, he is an element of your population and providing a sufficient information, then this is the task of the researcher to get the accurate information from that respondent, from that element. To visit that respondent, inquire about, try to connect with the respondent so that you can get a more accurate information. देखो response नहीं होना एक सबसे बड़ी difficulty है हमारे लिए. Response है वो एक्यूरेट नहीं है. कई बार होता है ना, हमारे पास सुबह सुबह कोई आ गया सर्वे करने के लिए, हमारे पास मूड खराब है, हम कैसे करेंगे उसको, डेटा कैसे देंगे? संडे को सुबह मॉर्निंग 6 o'clock अगर आप सर्वे करने जा रहे हो तो इसका मतलब है दैट इज नॉट अ सुटेबल टाइम टू कंडक्ट द सर्वे. सो these are the things we should keep in mind while interview the respondents or while conducting the survey.
So, ma'am, next question by Dr. Ashwini is, so it's like testing reliability. It's like a test-retest method, ma'am. Is it a kind of a testing reliability?
Yeah, it is a one methodology. It is a one technique through which we can test the reliability of the data. जो मैंने अभी अपने lecture में cover नहीं करा है, but it is a one way through which we can check the validity of the data, reliability of the data, and further appropriateness of the data. तो हमारे पास बहुत सारे सॉफ्टवेयर्स अवेलेबल हैं जिसके थ्रू हम क्या कर सकते हैं, हम रिलायबिलिटी टेस्टिंग कर सकते हैं, हम अपनी अप्रोप्रिएटनेस या वैलिडिटी टेस्टिंग कर सकते हैं.
Participants can write their questions in the chat box. Meanwhile, ma'am, there's another question. What is the difference between cluster sampling and multi-stage sampling?
देखिए, cluster sampling में what we do, we classify the population, we divide the population into the clusters only. We are not talking about some parameters while classifying the population into the clusters. We are not bothering about the homogeneous factors of the population. We simply classify the population into the clusters, into the area. जैसे मैंने कहा कि हम दिल्ली की पूरी population को 4 regions में हमने divide कर दिया. That is known as a cluster. A multi-stage क्या है? It is a advanced complex version of the cluster sampling. For example, 28 states. These 28 states itself are the cluster. एक state है वो cluster है, दूसरी state है वो cluster है. So when we divide the cluster on the basis of certain parameters, for example, on the basis of a multiple layers, on the basis of multiple processes, that become the multi-stage process. तो हम क्लस्टर में क्या कर रहे हैं, हम बस एक क्लस्टर बना रहे हैं. दिल्ली की अगर हम बात करें, हमने 4 क्लस्टर्स बना दिए. अगर हम पूरी इंडिया की बात कर रहे हैं तो हमने 28 क्लस्टर्स बनाए, फिर हमने 50 क्लस्टर्स बनाए, फिर हमने ब्लॉक्स को क्लस्टर बनाया, फिर हमने सिटीज को क्लस्टर बनाया, फिर इंडिविजुअली हम हाउस होल्ड तक पहुंचे. सो इट इज अ मल्टी स्टेज जो हमारे पास में सैम्पलिंग टेक्निक है. It is a advanced or the complex version of the क्लस्टर सैम्पलिंग। अगर हमें बहुत लार्जर स्केल पे डेटा को एनालिसिस करना है, हमारी स्टडी बहुत बड़ी है, 4 साल 5 साल का 6 साल का हमें टाइम लगाना है, तो एप्रोप्रिएट मेथड कौन सा है? मल्टी स्टेज, क्योंकि हमारे पास में टाइम है और इसके पास में अगर हमारे साथ में फंडिंग भी है, फंड्स भी है, तो मल्टी स्टेज इज द एप्रोप्रिएट वन। बट अगर हमारे पास में इतना टाइम और उतना हमारा वाइडर स्केल नहीं है रिसर्च का, तो क्लस्टर इज द एप्रोप्रिएट वन।
It's a progression that we are witnessing if we have
Yes,
time from
yes,
cluster
yes.
to multi-stage.
Cluster to.
Okay.
So
Oh.
for multi-stage, the foundation is the cluster only.
For cluster.
So afterwards we can classify. After then we can broaden the cluster into the subsequent layers of the data collection.
So, ma'am. Ma'am, one more question for you. Can we use mixed methods to select the sample?
Yes, most of the time. Nowadays, we generally make use the mixed method. For example, simple random है, हमने stratified sampling करा है, तो beginning point क्या होगा हमारे लिए? Beginning point should be the simple random sampling technique. हम पहला अपना एलिमेंट सेलेक्ट कैसे करेंगे? उसके लिए भी कोई लॉजिक होना चाहिए ना। तो हम अपना पहला क्लस्टर, हम अपना पहला स्ट्रैटा से हम अपना एलिमेंट को सेलेक्ट कैसे करेंगे? दैट इज द एप्लीकेशन ऑफ द सिंपल रैंडम सैम्पलिंग मेथड। और सिंपल रैंडम सैम्पलिंग मेथड, द लॉटरी मेथड और द जनरेशन ऑफ द random numbers with the use of the computers. In systematic sampling also, we did that every 20th unit will form the will incorporate into the sample. But what about the beginning number? हमने ये तो कहा सिस्टमैटिक सैम्पलिंग में कि 20th एलिमेंट को हम इनकॉर्पोरेट करेंगे, लेकिन ये 20th आएगा कहाँ से? There must be some beginning. So beginning method क्या होगा हमारे लिए? Simple random sampling. Similarly, in a cluster sampling, we divide the population into clusters and further into strata or the stratum. In multi-stage sampling, we divide the population into clusters, then more clusters with the more layers. So generally, mixed methods are used widely.
Sure, ma'am. So, ma'am, you mentioned that in the non-random, non-probability techniques that we have to fix quota. In order to do that, now, what is the basis for doing that? Can you reflect on where we should stop, where a researcher should stop in order to fix a quota for something?
Quota fixation of quota means that we want to make the sample more representative one. Because quota sampling is a non-random sampling. यहाँ पे किसी भी तरह का हमारे पास में कोई लॉजिक नहीं है, किसी भी तरह का कोई मेथड नहीं है. But still, as a researcher, I want that my sample would be the representative one. So it is the understanding of the researcher. हम जब अपने डेटा सेट्स को देखते हैं तो हमें क्या पता लगता है? आप डेटा सेट्स को देखोगे तो उसको पता लग जाएगा कि इसमें इतनी कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स हैं, but we are not or we don't want to apply the random sampling techniques. We are not having a sufficient knowledge. We are not, the nature of the study is not like that we apply the random techniques. So in that case, we apply the quota sampling. For example, judgment or the convenience. If we compare among the judgment sampling, quota sampling, and this convenience sampling. So quota sampling is a more appropriate one. It is a more justifiable one because in some way we try to understand the characteristics of the data set or of the population. तो मेल फीमेल है, अगर सारी हमने 1000 में मेल ही इनकॉर्पोरेट कर लिया तो हमारा तो जो सैंपल है वो appropriate हुआ ही नहीं, वो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव तो हुआ ही नहीं. So to have some kind of representativeness in the sample itself, we apply the quota.
So, ma'am, this is an issue which all the researchers face. Can you reflect on what are the ways that we can curtail prejudices and stereotypes while moving on with a method? It's a very trivial question, but I think whenever we are writing something or working on a topic, that's the same thing. How do we be flexible? How do we become flexible with our own emotions and judgments? How do we do that?
My simple answer is to apply the random sampling techniques or the probability. if you want your sample more representative one, obviously there must be some criteria. The biasness we can remove totally if we apply accurately the random sampling technique. देखो जब भी आप apply करोगे ना non-random sampling techniques को, there are chances of biasness, favoritism, judgment. A judgment of researcher is also very questionable one. मैं अपने आप को बहुत इंटेलिजेंट समझती हूँ, बट ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं उतना इंटेलिजेंट डिसीजन ले सकती हूँ. So the biasness, favoritism, judgment-based wrong decision making is prone in case of a non-random sampling technique. If you want to reduce the biasness and non-representativeness of your data set, then work more on the random sampling or the probability sampling techniques.
Thank you, ma'am. We have another question for you from Dr. Tanuja Talwar. The question is, please elaborate on representative sample size. What percentage of population we should select?
Yes, it is again a subjective one, depends upon the nature of the study. आप कैसा study कर रहे हो? सपोज करिए कि अगर आप कोई अपने कॉलेज का रिपोर्ट लिखना चाहते हो जिसमें आपकी टोटल पॉपुलेशन या टारगेट पॉपुलेशन आपकी एक कॉलेज के नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स हैं, तो 10% और इन रेंज ऑफ 10 to 20% appropriate sample size. बट अगर आप बहुत बड़े लार्ज डेटा सेट पे काम करना चाहते हो तो आपके पास में सैंपल क्या होना चाहिए, बहुत ही बड़ा होना चाहिए. तो सैंपल साइज इटसेल्फ इज अ वेरी डिफिकल्ट थिंग टू decide upon. So it depends upon the nature of the study, exploratory or the conclusive study you want to do. It is for a shorter period of time or for a longer period of time. If you are having a more money, more time, you can also have your sample size a larger one. क्योंकि जितना ज्यादा, आज तो बिग डेटा एनालिसिस पे हम बहुत काम करते हैं. बिग डेटा एनालिटिक्स, जितना ज्यादा हमारे पास में डेटा होगा, जितना बड़ा हमारे पास में सैंपल और डेटा होगा, तो उतना ही बड़ा हमारे पास में क्या होगा, उतनी ही हमारी जो रिप्रेजेंटेटिवनेस है उसकी जो वैल्यू है वो इंक्रीज हो जाएगी. तो आपके नेचर क्या है आपकी स्टडी का, और आपके पास कितना टाइम और कितना फंड अवेलेबल है, इट डिपेंड्स ऑन ऑल दीज थिंग्स. बट मोर और लेस, बट अप्रोप्रिएटली 10 to 15% हम क्या करते हैं, सैंपल साइज लेते हैं.
And there's another question for you from Dr. Rubina Anjum. The question is, in random sampling, which one is best, replacement or without replacement?
Yeah, both the methods are good. If you have a larger population, if your population data set is very large, that without replacement would be the better option. But if your population from which you are extracting the sample is a smaller one, then the with replacement is a better option. आपके पास जितना भी डेटा होगा, अगर आप चाहते हो कि इनकॉर्पोरेट ना करो सेम एट्रीब्यूट्स को, एक बार अगर उन्होंने चांस मिस कर दिया, उसको आप फिर से इनकॉर्पोरेट नहीं करना चाहते हो, so you can eliminate those elements from the further lottery system. But if you want to make sure that equal chance must be given to each and every element, repetitive way, तो अगर आप रिपीट करते जाते हो तो फिर से आप उस एलिमेंट को उसमें इनकॉर्पोरेट करते हो, तो दैट इज ऑल्सो गुड. जनरली जब हम लार्ज डेटा सेट पे काम करते हैं तो हम क्या करते हैं, विदाउट रिप्लेसमेंट.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We have a request from one of the participants to share the reference slide again.
Okay.
If you, later on, if should I share the PPT?
You can share PPT.
I'll do that.
Yeah, you can share PPT. You have my PPT, so you can share with the participants.
Ma'am, one more question from Ram Prakash Tiwari. The question is, which is a good method of survey?
Sorry?
Which is a good method of survey?
There are a number of methods. Again, the nature of the study itself determines the method of the survey. So if you want to survey for a shorter or for a smaller region, so you can use that method for a smaller region, otherwise for the larger multi-stage, for example, cluster sampling. So survey आप क्या कर रहे हो? You are applying the survey for a particular cluster or for a particular strata. But in case of a multi-stage or the multi-layered sampling method, survey can be done in a multiple stages. So for at one stage, you can survey states, another stage, you can survey blocks, districts, cities, or the households.
This would also apply when we are going for large masses.
Yeah, it is also.
Okay. Ma'am. With this, we have come to an end with your wonderful presentation, and thank you so much, ma'am, for taking up our questions and answering it so patiently. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I have shared your PDF file of the presentations with everyone.
Okay, thank you organizers for giving me this opportunity to express my viewpoint on this important aspect of the research. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for taking time out and giving us this session. It's indeed been a very, good moment for all the participants for having learned about the sampling designs. Thank you so much.
I have shared the feedback. I'll share the feedback form with everyone. And with this, we'll be breaking up for the lunch session. Everyone will join us. They request you to join us at 2 o'clock for the upcoming sessions. Yes. Thank you.
We'll start the next session.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Priyasha, before we start your session, I would just like to say a few words about Dr. Priyasha Kaul. So she will be speaking today on the topic Researching Society Through Cinema, and we are very much eager to listen what she has to say. Dr. Priyasha Kaul is Assistant Professor of Sociology and Deputy Dean, School of Liberal Studies at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi. She holds a doctorate in sociology from the School of Sociology, Politics and International Studies at Bristol University, and first-class degrees in MA Sociology from Delhi School of Economics at Delhi University and MSc Management from Bristol University. She has completed her bachelor's in sociology from Hindu College, Delhi University. She has previously taught at the undergraduate and postgraduate level at Delhi University, at Miranda House and Hindu College, Flame University, Indira Gandhi National Open University, Bristol University and London South Bank University. She has also worked on long-term research projects for the Center for the Study of Ethnicity and Citizenship at Bristol University, Equal Opportunities Commission, and the Center for the Study of Developing Societies, or SARAI, in Delhi. Her wider research interests include media, gender, diaspora, and migration, work, labor, and organizations, religion, and contemporary social change. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Very warm welcome, Priyasha, Dr. Priyasha, to this session. I know Professor Santosh had very kind words for you. So thank you for joining in. And very interestingly, this morning we had a speaker from, Professor Lakshmi Srinivas from University of Massachusetts, Boston, who spoke on media ethnography. And you are also going to talk on cinema, so researching cinemas. That would be very interesting. And I'm sure the participants are going to learn a lot from today's session. So thank you for joining in, Dr. Priyasha. Please continue.
Thank you so much, Dr. Singh. I appreciate, and thank you so much to both of you for the kind introduction. It's lovely to see you all. I can only see some, but yeah, wonderful to see you all. And I look forward to interacting. So what I was planning to do is that I would sort of start off with a conversation. And, and afterwards, I'd be happy to take any questions and have a discussion, and if that's all right with the chair of the session. So should we go ahead?
So, Dr. Priyasha.
Thank you. I'll just start the screen so that I can share my presentation with you. All right. So, as Dr. Singh was just telling you, my wider research interests are around the, broadly around a lot of fields, including media, gender, and nationalism, post-colonial theory, migration and diaspora, work in organizations, and contemporary social change. But the topic that I'll be discussing in today's session is researching society through cinema, a mixed methods approach, as you can see on the PowerPoint. So, as we all know, when working with visual texts can often be challenging from sort of a methodological perspective, and given the multiplicity, especially of simultaneous and parallel mediums of both data entry and pathways, which are available to in the form of, let's say, for example, language, imagery, sound, etc. It is therefore crucial to have a research design which employs methods appropriate in answering the aim of the research project, as well as follows a systematic methodological approach that eliminates the scope of subjective bias in the research process. There are, of course, various methods employed when one looks at work on particularly visual sociology, which I'm talking about here, but also more broadly in the area of visual mediums and visual texts, textual research in general. So some of the common methods which are applied are, let's say, for instance, content analysis, thematic analysis, comparative analysis, historical research, ethnographic research, audience reception studies. And I'm very interested that today in the morning, there was a talk on media already. So I'm sure it'll be, there will be cross parallels across the two talks for the listeners. And would add to the discussion that we would have later on. And what I would like to do in today's conversation is to basically talk about how a mixed methods approach can be adopted in looking at visual research methodology for from a particularly a standardized, systematic, rigorous research design in a social sciences field more broadly, but particularly, especially in sociology. So I will be discussing a research project that I conducted as a case study to illustrate this kind of a mixed methods approach of how many of these methods that I just talked about, let's say, for instance, textual analysis or statistical analysis or ethnographic fieldwork, of course, can all be combined together to analyze films as a visual text. And thereby being able to have a systematic data set which can be triangulated and help us build a comprehensive research design which can be standardized and sort of replicated in terms of validity and reliability. So to give before I move on to talk about the methodological aspect of the research project, to give you a sort of a brief background of what the research project was about. The project that I'm discussing today as a case study, the aim of this the project that I conducted was to the research aim was to study the representations of the Indian diaspora in commercial mainstream Hindi films. So I was looking at sort of mainstream cinema, Hindi cinema, Bollywood cinema, as we know, in terms of the kind of representations that the diaspora has had in that during the period between 1991 and 2007, and its relation, if any, to the rapidly changing Indian society post-liberalization during this period. So the aim was to kind of look at post-liberalization, as we all know, diaspora was has been, particularly in the 90s cinema, Hindi cinema, was a very kind of a prominent theme, was a very recurring theme. So as we all know them, like NRI films, as they were commonly known by people like, Yash Raj films and Dharma films were the most sort of common thematic motif that we find in the cinema of early 1990s and the early 2000s. So what I was interested in kind of looking at is how do we look at this representation of the diaspora in mainstream cinema, mainstream Hindi cinema, and how do we relate that, if any relations are, if any kind of resonance is possible, to see these representations on the one hand, and what the kind of dynamic changes that India has experienced post-liberalization. So again, as we all know, post 1991. In the next 2 decades, India experienced rapid, social change, social cultural change, I would say. So within the span of, let's say, for instance, again, as we all know, 4 years, we went from like one state channel to 200, 24-hour channels on our televisions. And it really meant a lot of, with the, and so on and so forth, with the coming in of the mobile phones, internet technology, the kind of way in which social life was experienced dramatically changed within these 2 decades. And it would be interesting for if there are any younger scholars who were born post 1990s to kind of also have a background of that. So in this project, I was really kind of interested in looking at this kind of relationship. How can we see any synergy between the two, and what does it tell us about the sociological dimension of the socio-cultural changes being experienced in Indian society? So with this background, what I would like to kind of show to you is the purpose and the manner in which the methodological choices were made in this project were to kind of help in answering this research question. And as we of course all know, the research design is for each project, has to be in a way which is appropriate for the research question. So when I was encountering this research question, and when I was going to kind of look at this research project, the foremost problem that I had was I could not find, and at the time, any systematic sociological methodology which had been followed by scholars who had studied the subject until then. So, which is not to say that people had not worked on cinema or society, but let's say, for instance, and I'll talk about this further in the as I talk in a little while. But let's say, for instance, people had picked up films which were of course popular, but there was no sort of methodological justification for it, which meant that if I, let's say, pick up 4 films and make an argument regarding those, someone else could pick up any other 4 films and had a completely different argument. Again, which is not to say that those parallel arguments would not be valid, but it does mean that there is a subjective element into it, and the at 2 levels. One is that the film as a visual text, as I was just saying, is in itself a multi-stimuli visual text. So there is so much going on at the same time in terms of imagery, sound, color, language. And therefore, the same text can be, of course, interpreted very, very differently by all of us. And there is a very significant level of subjective element which could be a bias in that regard. The other problem with that I encountered was, as I said, that there was this sense in which all the work that had been presented, which was interesting, but it was more from Western circles, academics from Western circles, which kind of was more sort of aimed towards introducing the Western audiences to Hindi cinema, rather than kind of really deep diving into it. So you have a lot of work, very interesting and very good extensive work by a lot of scholars, but from a more cultural studies or literary studies background, which kind of followed a different methodology. So I felt that I needed a research design which really kind of was able to take into account the element of subjectivity, and how do I encounter that? How do I take that into account and eliminate it as much as possible? Of course, we are all social scientists and embedded in our social structures, but at the same time to kind of be aware of that reflexively. And secondly, to develop an original analytical framework in order to achieve methodological standardization in data selection and sample attainment. So how am I able to do a research design which can be methodologically replicated and justified in terms of the research, the selection of the research sample, and the further analysis which would be presented subsequently. So as I said, since research design in the field had been underdeveloped, and an established methodologically rigorous research design was not readily available to me, It became crucially significant as this has been an important gap in the existing literature on the subject that had tended to almost entirely lack any methodological criterion or justification for choosing certain films as their data as opposed to others. Of course, most had selected common and popular films as their data, but they lacked any standardization for defending their sample selection, as I was just explaining. Thus, the existing scholarship, I was not able to find demonstrated any systematic process through which certain films were chosen as data and not others. This was an extremely important point for me, since really without this demonstrable research justification for data sample attainment, it could, for instance, be argued that a different choice of films could produce an entirely another set of results. So my aim for this study was to employ a systematic research methodology in order to produce a standardized research project in a rigorous sociological manner. The attempt was to locate this research study within the existing methodological gap by conducting a detailed analysis of popular mainstream Bollywood films after the economic liberalization of India, i.e. the time period that I was looking at between 1991 and 2007. And the manner in which it relates to the developments in the earlier decades using the systematic standardized methodological approach. So as a result, I developed an original analytical framework to achieve methodological standardization in data selection and sample attainment in relation to my research question. The first task that I had was, therefore, how do I sort of have this universe of Hindi films between 91 and 2007, which is roughly a period of almost 20 years, and how do I narrow it down into a workable data sample in a systematic manner? So in order to do this, I had to grapple with how to narrow down Hindi cinema for the purposes of this study. And as we know, India produces approximately 800 films a year. And although a large proportion of this, of course, belongs to regional cinema, regional cinemas across India, commercial Hindi cinema has continued to dominate film production in India and has been extremely significant in terms of our popular culture and cultural sensibilities. So further, even though my research focus was on the production of these films, so I wanted to look at how in what way these representations were being produced in the production of these films in terms of representation and the relationship that can be understood between mainstream commercial cinema and the larger changes in Indian society during this time period. I took two main steps to ensure that I relate the text to the larger context. So firstly, as I said, even though my project was not a consumption or reception study, which is of course a different kind of research project altogether, I did not assume a passive audience status and took active participation by the audience into account by using commercial success as an important criterion for sample data selection. And this, I believe, is a very important point, and I'll discuss this further as we go on. So, for example, just because a certain film represents a certain representation of the diaspora does not necessarily mean that the audience, agree with that representation. So, like I was saying, there could be various films having with different kinds of representation. And it does not mean that just because the film has been produced does not mean that the audience necessarily agree with what is being represented. And my sort of way of methodologically circumventing that problem was to look at commercial success of these films as an important criterion in data sample selection. Now, what does that mean? Really that, taking commercial success as a primary criterion for data selection of films addressed this problem because the fact that people watch these films demonstrates a certain amount of mainstream visibility of the discourse that the film presented among the audiences, which means that not that because a film is commercially successful means that that people agree with it, but it does mean that there is a way in which that film has had a resonance in the public discourse with regards to a certain representation that is being presented. So the fact that, let's say, if a certain pattern of representation consistently emerges from commercially successful mainstream Bollywood cinema over a period of almost 20 years, from 1991 to 2007, it presents a crucial source of sociological inquiry and analysis. So, by using commercial success, what I'm arguing is that it circumvents, as I was saying, the problem of that there is a certain sense in which that representation has been a part of the public discourse with regards to this to the diaspora, and there has been a certain level of partaking by the audiences in this representation, whether or not they agree with it. But if we see consistently a pattern emerging with regards to these representations in films which have been commercially successful over a period of 20 years, it gives us an important source of sociological data to inquire and analyze further with regards to the sociological insights that it can provide to us vis-a-vis the representations, as well as the larger sociological discourse around it. So using commercial success.
Dr. Kaul, I just, are the slides supposed to change or?
No, I'll be moving on to the next slide in just a second.
All right, sure. Because there was a comment, so that's why I thought I should just ask.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you for letting me know, because I can't see the comments. Thank you so much. So, yeah, this all this I've already discussed. This is again, as I was talking about. Thank you for informing. Okay, using commercial success as a primary criterion for data selection of films also introduces standardization into data selection, since the other point. So one is the commercial success itself. The second is in terms of standardization. So how do we introduce or attain reliability and validity in terms of sample data selection? So the commercial the figures for annual commercial success of these figures of Hindi films are publicly available in the public space, and anyone can go and check those and check whether the justification of how a sample has been selected. So there is no kind of subjective element in it. So the second step was to kind of, having done this was a two-phase methodology. The first phase was to have a data selection. Second stage was then to have a data analysis, which I'll be discussing in a second, which was a detailed coding scheme to then sort of break down the data in terms of a more systematic approach, and how that could be then sort of analyzed further, whether that's thematically, as I did, and the data obtained from that further, and in terms of statistical analysis if required. So having done this, the second step was to conduct extensive face-to-face interviews. With different groups of informants on the findings obtained from the films, in order to further relate the findings to the larger social context. So I'll of course be talking about all these points in greater detail in a little while. So the research design for this project, therefore, as an overview, was to understand the representations of the social world. As you can see on the slide, representations of the social world, and I take the definition of here from Jenkins, by looking at commercially Hindi films as a text, to take the findings arising from those texts again and relate it back to the larger social world around it. So there is a way in which each step kind of consolidated on the earlier step. So we take the representations which are arising from a commercially successful cinema, which have been successful over a period of 20 years, and then we kind of do textual analysis on that, and from the data obtained from that, we develop an interview schedule, and we talk about two subject experts across different fields with regards to it, and take it back to the social world to discuss the way in which the text and the context kind of talk to each other and relate to each other. So it follows an inductive research methodology, inductive approach to produce theoretical reflections based on the empirical data obtained. And as I said, you can see the quotes from on your screen. Inductive researchers attempt to take empirical social phenomenon as their starting point and seek through the process of research and analysis to generate broader theories about social life. The idea is that the studies should begin in an open-ended and exploratory fashion, becoming more focused on particular themes and perspectives as the research and analysis develop. So instead of, again, as I'm sure many of us work with inductive methodologies, instead of going in with the theoretical framework in mind, we allow the data to kind of, open up the possibilities and throw up the kind of theoretical and conceptual frameworks that emerge from it. So following this inductive approach, the findings developed out of the general research interest to explore the relationship between a rapidly changing post-liberalization India and the main representations in mainstream commercial Hindi cinema as the main source of popular culture in the country during this phase. The attempt was not to force any theoretical paradigms onto the data, and instead to arrive at a theoretical research focus on the basis of the empirical data obtained. For instance, it was on the basis of the data of the preliminary findings that the focus on nationalism theory and post-colonialism theory emerged in this research project. And this was not something that I had hypothesized initially. So, and of course, we can talk about this further on when we go ahead. The research design therefore covers two different stages of data collection in this project. In the first phase, I have conducted a detailed textual analysis using an original coding scheme developed purposely for this study, while the second stage involved extensive face-to-face interviews with 3 key sets of informants using an open-ended interview questionnaire developed on the basis of the patterns and findings that emerged during the textual analysis phase. The project therefore situates itself at what we call, again, many of us, I'm sure, work with this, situates itself at what we call the meso level, which is described as the level of social reality between the micro and the macro, enabling a holistic understanding of the interaction of critical social forces and the wider social structures. So in a way, it gives us a unique vantage point to be able to kind of locate and situate us between the micro and the macro and see the way in which the dynamics of the two relate to each other. It does this by firmly focusing on the micro dimension while also uniting it with the macro context in a manner that enables studying a particular chosen time period, i.e. the period between 91 and 2007 in this case, using a systematic standardized methodological approach, while also locating it within the larger sociological narrative of post-colonial nationalism and post-colonial theory in the Indian context. So now I'm going to be discussing the two phases methodologically in detail. So as I said, the first stage of data collection was textual analysis, after having sort of selected the sample. So in the first phase, I conducted textual analysis of a sample of selected commercially successful Bollywood films. It involved gathering a sample of universe of top 25 most commercially successful Bollywood films for each year between 91 and 2007. So what we did is, what I did was to look at box office commercial figures for each year between 91 and 2007, take the top 25 most successful films and see for each year out of those 25 films, how many films were directly regarding the diaspora. So what does that mean? Whether they had a leading protagonist of the narrative was a diasporic character, or whether the film was entirely set in the diaspora. So the two ways in which the data sample was further kind of filtered through to select a data from the data universe to select a selected sample. as I said, whilst my study was not a consumption reception study, it did not assume a passive audience status and took an active participation by the audience into account by using commercial success as an important criterion for sample data selection. The official box office figures for these years were derived from ibossnetwork.com, a leading web portal for official box office figures in Hindi cinema. This site represents domestic collection figures for films as both net and gross box office figures compiled on the basis of data obtained from trade outlets and independent theatre trackers. Another important point to sort of mention in here is that, again, as we know, if we see the way in which trade figures are collected for Hindi cinema, it's divided between 7 territories, and the diaspora, the 6 territories are within India, and the 7th territory is abroad, so rest of the world. So the reason that for this purposes of this project, I looked only at the domestic box office figures because I wanted to study the way in which these commercial success representation of these commercially successful representations, what sort of resonance were that having within the sociological dynamics within India, domestically within India as a nation state. So I was not looking at the box office collection of figures abroad, which would have meant a different kind of a research project. So for the purposes of triangulation, these commercial rankings in the top 25 were also corroborated using boxofficeindia.com, the largest and the most prominent box office website in India, which uses film distributors' returns against the cost of each film to produce consolidated figures for commercial success of each film across different film territories in India. Out of this data universe, those films were selected which dealt with the diaspora in terms of either directly having a non-resident Indian, NRI, as we know, protagonists, or were set in the diaspora either wholly or partly. Using this sample selection process, I attained a sample of 25 diaspora-related films, commercially successful Bollywood films, for the period between 1991 and 2007. So really, it was a multi-stage sort of methodological process of sample selection, of taking the time period of 91 and 2007, then focusing on 25 top most commercially successful films for each year, then looking at the using the data in the figures available in the public domain, triangulating that, and then from that sort of selecting a sample from within for each year between those 25 those 25 films for each year of films which were either wholly or partly focusing on the diaspora exclusively. So that gave me a workable sample from a huge data universe, a workable sample of 25 films for data analysis for the textual analysis in the first stage. The selected data sample was then subjected to a multi-level coding using an extensive original coding scheme purposely designed for this study. The coding focuses on key sociological criteria such as class, religion, geographical region, caste, and gender for analyzing the attained sample of films. The aim was to derive data from the films in the selected sample that could be analyzed in terms of the critical and sociological blocks that we are going to be discussing. So for this purpose, I had to convert the data contained in the films as a multi-layered visual medium into workable sociological categories for analysis. The attempt was to focus on the representations in the narrative rather than the visual aspect in order to contain the parameters of the study. So again, as I said, there are various levels at which the representations are working, but for the purposes of this study, I limited myself to the focusing on the narrative rather than the visual dimension of it. The coding scheme developed for this study was designed to code data on 3 different levels. The first level codes data using mutually exclusive, discrete, multiple choice numerical codes. For instance, for coding religion of the main protagonist, it lists possible options using numeric codes such as i.e. 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth, which can then be applied to each film in the data sample to collect standardized data demonstrating a cross-section of religious representation throughout the sample. The first level of the coding scheme aims at gathering an overview of each film in relation to the chosen criteria and thereby attaining an overall comprehensive snapshot of the data for the entire sample. So the section, the first section of the analysis of the coding scheme looks at the films in relation to the crucial sociological criteria using a multiple choice design in order to follow the following aspects. So there is the discrete multiple numerical choice, which can also be used to do a statistical analysis in terms, if anyone's interested. The first code that I was looking at was the geographical location of the narrative. Now, why is this important? This was an important issue because it enabled me to examine which section of the Indian diaspora in terms of its geographical location has been the focus in Bollywood films. So as you can see on this stage, these are the 9 codes used. UK, Canada, United States of America, Australia, rest of Europe, India, rest of Asia, Africa, and South America. India has, as we know, has historically had a huge diasporic population, which has further increased significantly in terms of professional migration post-1990s. So the purpose of this code, in the coding scheme, was to seek to explore which section of this global Indian diaspora has found the most prominence in the representations produced by post-liberalization Bollywood cinema. Which section of the diaspora is being focused on, and which enables us to further kind of look at why the significance of a certain kind of prominence of a certain kind of diaspora in a particular time period as opposed to others. This code therefore has 9 subcodes covering various geographical areas or geographical regions, as I was just mentioning. So as shown, the codes were designed to cover all options while paying specific attention. So there are 2 countries which 3 countries which get specific attention, which is the UK, Canada, and United States, for the specific reason, which is that traditionally India has had most diasporic residents or people of Indian origin in countries such as these. So and it's an interesting discussion which we can further have. So in terms of, let's say, there is also a significant population in let's say, Fiji or Mauritius, but we never really have those kinds of representations of the diaspora when we look at popular cinema. And so the geographical spread of the narrative gives us an insight into these kinds of, the politics of representation, as well as historically, when we look at the collection, diaspora, the consolidation of the Indian diaspora throughout the world, we look at how the certain kinds of diasporas have always been privileged. Historical, the diasporas in terms of, let's say, colonial diaspora, indentured diaspora emerging out of indentured labor, the way in which many of those have been invisibilized, historically, in terms of how we conceptualize our understanding with regards to India as a nation state and its relationship with the diaspora, and vice versa. This code was also significant because the data analyzed, which I'm not going to detail here, but we can discuss later if anyone's interested. The data analyzed showed us that that Bollywood films' focus on the location of Indian diaspora has primarily been the West, within inverted commas, with an overwhelming majority of films focusing on the United Kingdom, being set in London, followed by the United States of America. So the US post-1990s cinema, US also emerging in the second stage as a very significant location spot. What does it tell us? The location of these white Western Anglophone, either former or neo-colonial imperial nations. What does it tell us with regards to the post-colonial location of India and its perception of its diaspora? So, as I said, these findings we can discuss later on if interested. The second code that I was looking at was the geographical spread of the narrative. So the global movement of people has been one of the most important features of globalization in the contemporary world. This code, therefore, aimed at gathering data about the migratory patterns in relation to India, which have been prominent in the representation of transnational movement or migration of the diaspora in these films. So in what way, what kind of migratory patterns can be historically been true, which they have been the case, which we already have a lot of literature from diaspora and transnational studies available to us. And this code enables us to look at, in terms of representations, what kind of migration and migratory patterns kind of find prominence in the representation in the public, commercially successful popular cultural discourse. So the subcodes for this code were 6, which is India only. So either they could be diasporic figures, but the entire narrative takes place within India. Secondly, from India to abroad, to another country abroad, so the movement from India to a country abroad. Thirdly, from another country abroad to India, so could be reverse migration, either permanent or temporary in various ways. Fourthly, from India to another country abroad and back. And fifthly, from another country abroad to India and back. And finally, in one or more country abroad. So they could be in the diasporic figures, which actually, but the narrative could be set entirely in outside of India. The data gathered here shows frequent and convenient transnational movement between India and another country, usually either the US or the UK, with the narrative moving seamlessly from one or to the other and sometimes back. So as we see, I'm sure many of us had seen many of these films. There is a way in which there is a very sort of seamless movement that people kind of move between India and abroad. They just kind of move at the drop of a hat. There is, for instance, no mention of at any point of the actual logistical difficulties or logistics such as applying for visas, waiting for visas faced by people during transnational migration or travel depicted in these films. So it is a depiction or representation of migration and migratory patterns, which kind of, again, papers over or invisibilizes a lot of the struggles which the diaspora faces or the aspiring diaspora faces in the leading up to the process of migration or wanting to emigrate. And this is a very significant feature which we can again talk further in the 1990s cinema, how there was a sort of an aspirational element also with regards to the post-liberal social dynamics being created. Thus, the data presents the picture of a loose joint family model where the diaspora is drawn back into the Indian familial fold while being allowed to effortlessly change its physical location. This seamless transnationalism is an extremely significant part of the larger narrative about post-liberalization India in and through these films, which, of course, as I said, we can discuss later on. The third quote that I was looking at was the religion of the main protagonist. So, as several scholars, have shown to us, academics or sociologists, prominent sociologists like T.N. Madan, for instance, has argued that religion is a durable and underlying feature constitutive of the very foundation of Indian society. This quote therefore seeks to gather data about the representation of religion in relation to the diaspora in post-liberalization Hindi films. The religion of the main protagonist, female and male, is coded to highlight the religious profile of the lead characters presented in the mainstream films during this period. The codes followed here, the codes sort of subcodes within this code are 6, Hindu, Muslim, number 1 Hindu, number 2 Muslim, number 3 Sikh, number 4 Christian, number 5 any other religion, and number 6 atheism. The first 4 codes, as we can see, relates to the 4 numerically most preponderant religions in India. The 5th code is a residual category for any other possible representation or any other possible religious affiliation represented in these films in the data sample. And the last code is atheism, in order to ensure that the lack of religious affiliation is also taken into account, if relevant, in the case of data analysis. The next code that was used in the coding scheme was the caste of the main protagonist. So whether it was the mention of caste or depiction of caste in the narrative. And caste has been an extremely significant and durable phenomenon in aspect of Indian society. Again, we have tons and tons of academic research on it, and we see the world around us. It has traditionally been such an integral part of Indian society that it has been practiced even among non-Hindu groups such as Muslims and Christians in South Asia as a system of stratification in various ways. So this variable analyzes whether caste has been mentioned or depicted in the data sample. And at this level, I'm only looking at the overt representations. The other sort of aspects I'll come to when I discuss the second stage of data analysis. These codes aim to gather data regarding the discourse on caste, if any, in mainstream Bollywood cinema post-liberalization. The subcodes are as follows: Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, Dalit, and no mention of caste. The next phase that class that we have, the next code that we have is the class of the main protagonist. The implementation of a new economic liberalization policy by the government of India in 1990 created ripple effects in Indian society sociologically, as we all are aware of. It led to the rise of an Indian middle class, both in terms of sheer numbers as well as consumerist aspirations, as and as several sort of, again, academic scholarship exists. People like Satish Deshpande have, for instance, shown how the class is the idea or the term middle class in India has been very wide and very catch-all concept with regards to several things. So the codes used in the in this code, I coded the class of the main female and male protagonists using the following three subcodes. Number one, affluent, so upper class, usually shown as belonging to business profession or having some kind of business or general lifestyle, if mentioned. The number two is middle class, so working or salaried. As I said, quite a broad term in the Indian context. And number three, poor or quote unquote lower class. So whether there was a depiction or representation of poverty with regards to these characters. This variable is used to analyze whether there is a mention or depiction of class or economic status overtly in these in the data being analyzed. Using these codes enables gathering the gathering of data to determine whether any patterns can be discerned in terms of class in the data sample. The next code used is representation and or interaction of the diaspora. And here I'm only looking at the two main protagonists. Representation or interaction of the diaspora with the host society abroad. This variable analyzes the depiction of diasporic lives of non-resident Indians and NRIs in these films. So in what way is their lives in the host societies being represented? And as I said earlier, India has a huge diasporic population. The aim of this code was to explore how the everyday lives of the diaspora in host societies has been represented in mainstream Bollywood films in India during this period. This is also significant since most sociological literature on Hindi cinema and diaspora has tended to focus on how Hindi films are used for nostalgic and socialization purposes by the diaspora abroad. So a lot of it is about, there is a lot of very interesting work from diasporic scholars who kind of have looked at extensively people like, let's say, Rajendra Dudra or Rachel Weir, who kind of looked at how does the diaspora uses Hindi cinema as a way of kind of maintaining cultural links with the Indian homeland. This code, however, attempts to invert this gaze in order to understand the terms of everyday interaction and issues faced by the diaspora as perceived by Hindi cinema, domestically by Hindi cinema, as an important source of popular culture emanating from India and watched by the diaspora globally. So what is happening here is that we are kind of looking at how does India, how does the domestic representations look at the lives of the diasporic characters abroad? So how are they represented? How are they reflected back? So it's kind of inverting that gaze. Also, I wanted to analyze if any patterns could be discerned between the two variables of geographical region of the diaspora and the representation of diasporic life in the host society. So the three main subcodes used here, as you can see on the screen, are: one, presence of significant non-Indian characters in the narrative; number two, mention of issues such as racism; number three, mention of generational or sexual conflicts such as arranged marriage or sexual chastity; number four, no representation of diasporic life at all. This code was applied to the main protagonists in the data sample again. The first code relates to the presence of any significant non-Indian characters in the universe. This is extremely important in terms of providing us a sociological insight, because it enables us to gather a sense of what kind of interactional universe of do these diasporic characters have, are represented as having in these films. So one would find that even though, for instance, again, which I could discuss later, that even though the characters would be, NRI or would be based abroad, their interactional universe would be entirely Indian. So they would be hardly, even though they would be living in London or New York, they would be hardly interacting with people from any other race or cultural background. So let's say in many of these films, even, so for instance, there is a doctor or a police officer, but they would also invariably be an Indian character. So it's interesting in terms of the way in which the interactional universe is being constructed vis-a-vis the diaspora from a domestic perspective. The second and third code focus on whether there is any mention or depiction of problems being faced by the diasporic characters, both within the family as well as in the context of the host society. So is there any kind of conversation regarding the struggles that the diaspora could face in the host societies, either internally, outside of the home, or within the domain of the home? The next code that we look at is the portrayal of women in significant female-male relationships. So gender being a very significant aspect in gender representations in the kind of representations being created. The attempt here is to kind of look at and I apply that, as I talk about in the next space, I look at both, when I talk about gender, of course, look at both men and women. So in this quote, I'm looking at the portrayal of women in significant female-male relationships. The variable aims to explore the depiction of women's role and their portrayal in important familial and other relationships, such as romantic relationship, father-daughter, mother-son, and so on and so forth. The attempt has been to understand how women have been depicted in all the significant relationships featured in the narrative. I particularly focus on whether there has been any change in the status quo. So if within the course of the narrative, has there been any change in the status quo in the terms of the representation of gender as a result of the changes introduced within the course of the narrative itself? So the 5 subcodes used here are unconventional, and unconventional again is defining that as challenging the status quo. Second is changing from unconventional to conventional. Third is changing from conventional to unconventional. Fourth is conventional status quo, and fifth is submissive. So unlike other codes in this coding scheme, these codes were applied to the representation of the main protagonist as well as to others in relation to them. So let's say, for instance, it's a father-daughter relationship, then it would be applied to both of those to see what kind of representation of gender in relationships is being portrayed. Thus, this code was applied to others as well, as if they were in a significant relationship to the protagonist, as for instance, the mother, daughter, sister, or father, son, brother of the protagonist. There were some rare instances of changes in the portrayal of women's gendered roles during the course of the narrative. So very interesting, for instance, there is some instances in which there is a paradox in terms of the gendered representation in different relationships at the same time. For instance, if one looks at a film that I'm sure many of us must have watched, Dulwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge, in DDLJ, what one finds is the representation of gender in terms of the character of Kajol's mother, played by, of course, Farida Jalal, is quite interesting and paradoxical at the same time. So the mother has been portrayed as playing a subordinate role to her husband. She's someone who kind of does not flout the authority of her husband, agrees to what he says, but at the same time urges her daughter to disobey the father and elope with the man she loves instead of having an post-arranged marriage. So again, the representation of gender, it does not necessarily have to be looked at as static. It's not, in terms of the characters have a unidimensional approach. It could be different, the same character at different points could be sort of portraying a different representation of gender within the course of the narrative itself. And it's important to look at that in terms of those gender dynamics in a more dynamic perspective, from a more dynamic perspective, rather than as a static snapshot. The next quote is the portrayal of exactly the same thing, but vis-a-vis men in these insignificant male-female relationships. So as explained above in the earlier one, this variable studies the depiction of men in important familial and significant relationships, such as the romantic relationship, father-daughter, mother-son relationship, and so on and so forth. It especially focuses on whether there have been any challenges to the status quo within the course of the narrative, as I was just discussing. So the exact same quotes which were used for vis-a-vis women are used vis-a-vis men in this quote. Unconventional, challenge the status quo, changing unconventional to conventional, changing from conventional to unconventional, conventional as in status quo, and fifth is submissive. So again, a very interesting thing emerges here. The data gathered showed that there were significant examples of men changing their ideological stances during the course of the narrative itself. So in several films, such as, let's say, Lamhe, Pardes, Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gum, Chalte Chalte, Salam Namaste, in all of these, one finds an example of this, of sort of the gender representation of men kind of switching over with, through the course of the narrative. For instance, in Pardes, the character of father played by Amrish Puri starts out by wanting the daughter to have an arranged marriage, but at the end of the film, his daughter protests by saying that it is not what she wants, but will obey his wish anyway if he wants her to do so. At this point, however, he has a change of heart and accepts that she should be able to marry that as per her own choice. Again, it's interesting in terms of the, for instance, like Patricia Oberoy's work on, arranged love marriages, and how do we look at gender in the context of that. So as demonstrated above, this is the first level of the coding scheme, and it enables a holistic overview of the key aspects, sociological aspects of religion, caste, class, and gender in relation to the diaspora and their transnational movement. Having this comprehensive data on these crucial criteria enables a thorough sociological scrutiny of the data sample overall, and it enables me to collect data about important sociological categories in a standardized manner, crucial for further analysis of the data. Are we doing okay for time?
Sure, we have another 20 minutes in our hand for the presentation and the question answer session.
Okay, great, thank you. The second level, so as I said, the coding scheme itself was a multi-level coding scheme. Now we get to the second level of the coding scheme, which aimed at a more, so the first level was a discrete level. The second level is a more detailed descriptive understanding of the idea of diaspora and Indianness represented in these samples. So here we follow an open-ended design and focus on the idea of Indianness and diaspora's relationship to India as represented within these sample of films. The aim is to understand the manner in which what is meant to be an Indian has been explicitly articulated in the narrative as a text. I begin by noting the number of times the concept of Indianness and or what it means to be, what being an Indian means or should mean is referred to each film in the data sample. The attempt here is to explore the specific sense in which the discourse around the concept of Indianness has been constructed vis-a-vis the diaspora using ideal typical formulations. I then focus on how these formulations have been employed in the narrative by noting the specific traits that have been identified as being of crucial importance to the idea of what being an Indian means. Thus, the attempt is to understand the particular characteristics or patterns of behavior which have been explicitly identified and articulated as being an inherent part of being an Indian. For example, in the analysis of films like Yade or Namaste London, we find that praying daily or not drinking alcohol are explicitly mentioned as significant positive attributes with regards to the possession of Indianness. This data helps me to analyze the characteristics that are considered essential to the concept of Indianness as constructed in post-liberalization mainstream Bollywood cinema vis-a-vis the diaspora, and to also see, because it is over a period of time, to also see if there has been any change in the way in which this Indianness has been conceptualized over time. The next question in this coding level, the second level of the coding scheme, looks at how the category of the non-resident, how the category of the non-resident Indian has been defined in the films during this period. So I'm specifically here exploring examples relating to three main points. One is, are there any characters identified as good NRIs and why? Second, are there any characters explicitly identified as bad NRIs and why? And third, any example of transition of a character from being a good NRI or a bad to a bad one, or vice versa, and the factors triggering it off. For instance, if there is a specific event or in the narrative, or another character in the narrative who kind of introduces that change in the representation of what it means to be a good NRI or a bad NRI. So the data gathered using this coding scheme enables me to produce a methodologically and rigorous sociological analysis of the important ways in which aspects such as caste, religion, class, gender, diasporic location relates, combined with the nationalist discourse on Indianness vis-a-vis diaspora's relationship to India during this time period. So as mentioned earlier, the research design for this project has been to understand the representations of the social world by looking at commercial Bollywood films as a visual text, and to take these findings arising from those texts and again relate it back to the larger social world around it, as we discussed in the beginning of the slides. So the coding scheme here, therefore, relates to the first phase of my data collection. As I said, there were two phases. This is the coding scheme is the first phase of the data collection, and using the coding scheme, it was further built upon by relating the findings which emerged from the textual analysis phase to the larger social context through extensive fieldwork interviews with various experts in the field of Indian media and politics, working in relation to these representations. So the second stage of the data collection were fieldwork interviews, and in the second part of the research design involved interviewing three key sets of informants using an open-ended interview questionnaire developed on the basis of the patterns and findings that emerged during the textual analysis phase. So it builds upon each other. The interviews were conducted, as you can see on your screen, the interviews were conducted with experts in the field of Indian media and politics. A total of 21 in-depth face-to-face interviews were conducted with respondents in 3 cities, Mumbai, Delhi, and London. These interviews were drawn from 3 main groups. 11 interviews were conducted with those involved in making Bollywood films in order to understand their view of the diaspora and changes in Indian society. This group was crucial because it consisted of prominent members of the Hindi film industry, many of whom have been veteran film directors and script writers for decades. The second group includes 3 interviews with bureaucrats in top governmental and quasi-governmental organizations to kind of look at the public policy dimensions. So, for instance, I spoke to people like in places like the public diplomacy division, who often use films as a way of soft power diplomacy between embassies and high commissions. The remaining 7 interviews were conducted with Indian journalists located in India and abroad. This group can be further subdivided into 2 groups. Firstly, 5 interviews conducted with film journalists working as lead film critics and editors of entertainment television channels and magazines. The last 2 interviews were conducted with respondents working as senior foreign correspondents with leading Indian news-based television channels abroad. So the interviews were conducted using an open-ended questionnaire schedule developed, built on the data gathered through textual analysis by further probing the findings, particularly in relation to the larger social context. The aim of these interviews was to take the understanding the social world gained through these texts back to the field under study in the social world in order to understand both the text and the context together or in dialogue with each other. There are 11 questions for inquiry in the interview schedule that can be broadly divided into 5 main themes. Each set of questions follow a theme which relates back to the findings obtained through the textual analysis in the first stage. The first 2 questions, for instance, in the interview schedule are as follows. Number 1, some people do not consider Bollywood as a serious or important cultural form. Do you have a view on that? Why are Bollywood films important, if so? Number 2, in what ways have Bollywood films changed since the early 1990s in relation to, for example, the way diaspora has been represented? Are there any striking features about these films that stand out for you? So the aim really of these opening questions was to gain an understanding of the respondents' view on the role of mainstream commercial Hindi cinema, popularly known as Bollywood, in post-liberalization India, in order to sort of open up the discussion, to have a broader understanding and open up the discussion to more focused, aspects. This leads me to a more specific set of questions on the theme of representation of diaspora in mainstream Hindi films during the post-liberalization phase, which is the focus of the study. So the second level, then there are 3 questions in this category. Number 1 is, why do you think that characters representing the diaspora, NRI, have become so popular in recent Hindi films? Next question is, it is often argued that mainstream Bollywood films since 1990s are made to cater to the NRI market. Could there be anything, cater to the NRI market? Would you agree? And if so, what are the reasons behind it? So it enables them to give us an understanding of whether they think the NRI character is significant. If so, why, in terms of which aspect of a geographical location is important, for for what reasons, and if those aspects which are not given as much prominence, for what reasons, and to kind of open up the discussion more with regards to that. The next question was, in what ways is the portrayal of the NRIs in Bollywood films representative or unrepresentative, it should be of the actual Indian diaspora? So again, to get a sense of how do they see the relationship between the text and the context as cultural mediators and as experts in the culture and media industries themselves. The aim of these questions is to interrogate the respondents' views on the reasons behind the popularity of diaspora-related films in post-liberalization India. The attempt is to understand why they think these films are being focused on by the filmmakers on the one hand and being watched by the audiences on the other. This is especially relevant since the respondents from the film industry are themselves involved in making of these films, some of whom have been extremely influential and veteran filmmakers or scriptwriters who have been working in Hindi cinema for decades. And it's also interesting because at this point, as I said, the first level of coding was in terms of the overt representation, but in the second level, which is with the interviews, it also allowed me to look at more covert representation. So I could ask them about things which were not, directly represented. So one of the things, for instance, I asked with regards to, if we look at the representation of caste, overtly one would find that there is no representation of caste in terms of the coding scheme, with the data analyzing coding scheme. But when I asked many of these filmmakers, some of them gave very interesting responses. So they talked about, for instance, that of course we can't openly talk about caste, it's illegal, but there are subtle ways around it. So for instance, in terms of the dressing or in terms of surnames used, so it is a very sort of, it gave an insight into a very kind of the ways in which there are sociological aspects which are unspoken, but very much subtly present there in terms of the way in which the representations and the discourses regarding certain things are constructed. And as I said, again, we can talk about this later. So this enables me to gain an understanding of the manner in which these films are being viewed by members of the media and culture industries themselves who produce or promote these films. It also covers the issue whether they think the Indian diaspora is being represented in the commercially successful mainstream Bollywood films of the time is representative of its actual counterpart. These questions produce data on the manner in which the relationship between the text and the context is understood by different groups of respondents, many of whom are themselves involved in the production of these films. Then we come to the third set of questions in the interview schedule, which explores the Bollywood cinema's relationship with the world. So here we have two main questions. One is, do you think that the popularity of Bollywood in the West is indicative of changing views about India? If so, in what ways? If not, why not? And number 7, why do you think that NRIs from the West have figured more centrally in the Bollywood films, which we found from the textual analysis phase, as opposed to those from other parts of the globe, for instance, Gulf countries? What could be the reasons behind it, and kind of open up the discussion with regards to a more broader understanding of these representations. So in recent years, there's been a growing discourse in popular news media on the rising influence of Bollywood globally, with commentators often citing the rising numbers of Bollywood themes, dance classes, or fashion trends as their evidence. These questions aim to bypass these claims in order to gain a sociological understanding of how the members of the media and culture industries view Bollywood position in the larger global context. It tries to gain an understanding of how Bollywood films view the world around them in terms of, for instance, why certain geographical regions have importance, what are the reasons behind it, why does the West, given disproportionately more importance and significance in terms of the diasporic representations in these films. Thus, the attempt is to analyze both how Bollywood films perceive the world context and the reasons behind privileging certain geographical regions over others, as well as how they perceive the way in which, in turn, it is being viewed globally. The 8th and the 9th question in the interview schedule, the last set, is number 8, how prominent do you think the following are in the representation of the Indian diaspora on a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being the most prominent? And the subcodes that we have are religion, occupation, class, caste, and gender. Please give your reasons of why some of these categories do you think are more prominent than others. So again, these questions relate back to the data gathered using the coding scheme in relation to the main sociological basis for analyzing the films sociologically. The aim of this set is to corroborate both the findings of the textual analysis as well as explore the reasons behind how some of these categories have been represented. This enables a further understanding of representations found in the data. The data collected during the second phase therefore develops the findings of the textual analysis by helping to understand the representations produced in the text in the context of the changes in post-liberalization Indian society. The research design follows this to, I'll just conclude. I know the time is running out. The research design follows this two-stage data collection process to ensure methodological rigor and standardization. So, for instance, scholars like Silverman talk about, two important means of validating qualitative data in social research. One is triangulation and second is respondent validation. Silverman defines the first as comparing different kinds of data or methods to ensure consistency of the results obtained, while respondent validation refers to taking the data obtained back to the field under study in order to gain the views of the respondents involved in the subject matter being studied. So as demonstrated in this research project, both these aims have been fulfilled by producing a standardized sociological research design. The first level of the coding scheme enables quantitative data gathering in relation to primary sociological building blocks in order to gain a detailed overview of the entire data sample. The second and third levels of the coding further interrogate these aspects using a more open-ended descriptive design. It thus looks for sociological patterns along with specific examples of the issues raised in the narrative in relation to the research question. Having attained a detailed understanding of the text, Then I take these findings back to the respondents in the Indian culture and media industries through extensive field interviews in order to gain their perspective on those findings. So to conclude, this research, this project is the reason I wanted to discuss this is to kind of use it as a case study to provide an insight into how mixed methods, multi-step data collection approach can be employed to both corroborate data from at each stage of data collection using different methods, as well as help triangulate the findings obtained from the study in order to conduct rigorous systematic research into cinema as a visual text sociologically. And I'm just going to end it there because I know time is running out, and I hand it back over to you, Dr. Singh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kaul, for this insightful presentation. It is also something, it's actually good for us that we got to listen to you and the session in the morning, which are drawn on the similar lines. And while I was listening to your presentation, it reminded me of how Indian cinema has always tried to represent the social and cultural landscape of the Indian society time and again. So we have Gurudutt's Pyasa and actors like Balraj Sahni who portrayed that post-independence in their movies. Then we had Zanjeer. Amitabh Bachchan dominated the Indian cinema landscape in order to portray what was happening in the society.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about this NRI culture, which has come into being, it's something that we are seeing all the time. So there's this one question which came to my mind while I was listening to your presentation. Ma'am, could you reflect on, so the motive was to show how the Indian cinema, the representation in Indian cinema is basically a representation of the socio-cultural landscape of our society. Do you think it's the other way around on how the Indian cinema is trying to show the audience that, this is something, the kind of luxurious living or the kind of exquisite life that you should strive for, going abroad, coming back or staying there, something like that? Do you think it's a kind of a thought process that they are trying to inculcate here?
Thank you, Dr. Singh, for that question. And yes, absolutely, I could not agree more. As you poignantly highlighted, cinema has always been in sort of this dialogical conversation with what is happening in Hindi cinema, particularly at the mainstream commercial sort of form of sensibility, has been with regards to this research project that I'm discussing, has been in dialogue with the world, social world around, and the dynamic changes which have been happening in Indian society. So as you mentioned, we have the angry young man in the 70s. We have, of course, Manoj Kumar talking about a certain kind of nationalism in the earlier phase, and so in this project, actually, if I want to discuss, I do discuss those different stages in which the representations have changed over time, particularly with regards to the diaspora as well. And I absolutely would concur with you. So when we look at post-90s cinema, there is a reason, again, of why I wanted to look at the domestic figures, because I wanted to see what kind of, the way in which these domestic representations are playing out within, the diasporic representations are being played out within the domestic context. So we find that there is an interesting sense in which there is a paradoxical dichotomy happening, which also tells us a very, a significant, and I've written more broadly about it, which tells us a very significant, gives us a very significant insight into the way in which India's self-perception of ourselves has changed post-liberalization, in the contemporary world. So these sort of representations of the diaspora, it's not a surprise that that the diaspora is represented as being extremely successful, as not having to face any significant struggles, so all of them are kind of, if you are living in mansions and having like luxurious lifestyles, but at the same time are highly sort of Indian in terms of the way their cultural values, in terms of their language, their morality, their social mores. And so in my work I talk about how Partha Chatterjee's conception of nationalism in terms of public and private, and how that comes together in this formulation, because it kind of sort of is very much creating a figure of a successful transnationally mobile Indian post-liberalization, who he or she can sort of move across boundaries and have no sense of kind of anxiety regarding that, but at the same time very strongly hold on to their sense of Indianness, no matter where they might be on the globe. And and particularly if one looks at post-liberalization Hindi cinema, this thing, it was also a very aspirational aspect to, there is a very aspirational aspect to it, of kind of, and the reason why domestic audiences also kind of are as commercial success kind of was something that I wanted to look at. There is a sense in which it's what's Partha Chatterjee calls the moment of arrival, having this self-confident perception of Indianness, which can be transnational and capitalistic, but also at the same time, culturally rich and diverse in terms of holding on to its legacy. So it is a very aspirational representation. And it is consistently something that we find across, and significant that it comes post liberalization. So it has to do with the larger dynamics of Indian society, of kind of economically India opening up as a society, what it meant for the cultural, as I was saying, from within a space of a few years, from one state television channel to like 110 24 hours television channel. So the kind of exposure that all of us had, and what that's meant for kind of the way in which our self-perceptions of our position in the world has changed over time. It's no longer written by, let's say, the anxiety of a Manoj Kumar kind of representation of the diaspora, that if you are moving abroad, you're kind of a traitor to the nation. It's now very much, it's self-confident enough to not be located, to not be kind of tied down to any one location, and be traditional and transnational at the same time.
Thank you for answering my question. We have another question from Pooja Raj. She says, I have worked on feminist film studies and have been constantly looking at Bollywood films for the representation and stereotypes built around women. As we are slowly accommodating change in women's representation, we are still struggling to define women as women, but understand it in comparison and contrast of men. Films like Mardani, which also tries to break certain norms, falls into the linguistic trouble to define women as men. What's your view on that?
Sorry, I didn't get the name. What the person who asked the question?
Dr. Pooja.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Singh, and thank you, Dr. Pooja, for that very interesting question. So I mean, I could not agree more with you, but I'll try and answer that at a few different levels. Firstly, you are right, absolutely. So there is this conventional, of course, collating of masculinity with power, and one sees that playing out in terms of the representation of a strong woman as having to be masculine in terms of the attributes that she represents, and there, so we find that Mardani, as you said, is an example of that. And very many examples one can find. So in terms of there is a the gendered dynamics and the gender politics very much continues to play into it. Which brings me to the second and third part of the what I would like to say in regards to this. One is that what is significant is that I think, and I have a not to self-plug, but I have a chapter on gender and diaspora, which I could share if anyone's interested. What's interesting is with regards to how when we see the post-colonial modernity in terms of the post-liberalization diaspora, which is being represented here, as I was just saying, there is a way in which there are certain the external aspect of the public aspect of that modernity has changed significantly. So as I was saying, following Chatterjee's conceptualization of the public and the private. So there is, there is the diasporic location, there is capitalist modernity. Now being rich and having money is no longer seen as being odds with Indianness. It's actually seen as a very desirable quality as to being commercially successful. Unlike, let's say, a Manoj Kumar film of depiction of diaspora and nationalism, in which the rich diaspora was shown as having lost its Indianness. So now that problem is no longer there. In the public's domain, that tension had been ironed out. However, when we look at the private domain and the conceptualization of morality, gender continues to be a very significant continues to be a recurring theme. So there has not been much change in terms of the internal sort of configuration of gender dynamics. So again, if you see, let's say DDLJ, there are very sort of clear-cut norms with regards to gender. So for who is a good woman and who's a bad NRI woman. If you see, for instance, in Yade, there is, and if since you work with the in feminist research, I'm sure you might have seen these films. There is a very significant, at the end of the film, the character, the male lead hero character, and the has a choice, and it's trying to kind of make up his mind between two women that he could get married to, and he chooses the female protagonist played by Kareena. And the reason that he gives for this is that he says that she's a good woman because she's willing to suffer, whereas the other woman is someone who speaks her mind. So the reason why she speaks her mind, the justification for that is shown is that she does not want to have children immediately after marriage. So that she does not want to have, to kind of, or she wants to have her own friends or things like that. So there is a way in which the gendered representations, as I was saying, continue to follow from, there is a continuation in terms of the gendered representations in a way in which we find that femininity is still conceptualized in very recurring themes. So if you see the representation of the Saira Bano character in Purab Aur Paschim, and the representation of the Katrina Kaif's character in Namaste London, you would find that this external public, the conceptualization of morality has changed, but in the public domain, gender continues to be a very significant ways in which we find significant continuation of recurring themes in terms of moral conceptualization and in terms of the idealized gender roles. So, for instance, in none of these films did we have a diasporic character, a female character who went to work outside of the home, so they were all working within the home in terms of looking after the family, but they, none of them had a career outside of the home. The men, on the other hand, at least were shown having a career, even though it's, it's not clear what they are exactly doing in many of these films, but at least they are shown to have a career. So there is a very clear, sort of very subtle, but sometimes subtle, sometimes very overt, ways in which the gendered conceptualizations continue to be the same, and that is something that again is interesting to look at. And the last point I would say in this regard is that again, one of the reasons why I wanted to look at commercial success as a criterion for data sample selection, because you see, we often have these films which sort of attempt at different representations of gender, but most of the times they have not been commercially successful. So whether it's, whether it's Mardani, or we have a lot of these films which are emanating from sort of more parallel cinematic sensibilities, but in terms of hardcore commercial success, they have not really had a resonance in the public discourse in the same way in terms of the representations that they put forth, as problematic even as they might be even within that. So I would like to stop at that, but of course, if interested, we can have a conversation later.
Yeah. There's one last question from Kriti Chopra Sharma. The question is, I'm working on the impact of Indian cinema in Africa. Are there any specific parameters that can make my study more crisp? I'm looking at the influence of Indian cinema.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you said Africa, like any specific countries?
Yes, the mention is of Africa.
The African continent as a whole?
Hi, Kriti, can you elaborate? Yes, she
Okay.
says yes.
Oh, wow, Kriti, that's so interesting. And I would kind of first applaud you, because there is such little work on that topic. So again, I think it's as I was saying, there is a historical legacy behind why certain representations in general have not had the same kind of prominence, and many of them, for instance, again, as I was saying, colonial migratory movements. So for instance, before I come to your questions, from the if one looks at the diaspora in the Middle East, the Gulf countries, they've traditionally been the highest high source of remittances to India. But they have not really had the same kind of prominence in the public discourse for various reasons, such as it's diaspora from a more working class background and so on and so forth. So it's not really seen as glamorous enough, and there is something about the location of the West as being the heart of the, as I said, the former colonial or neo-imperial nations, and the Indian diaspora being established successfully there, which makes it more glamorous and more aspirational. In terms of the, I remember reading a work by someone whose name I don't remember right now, but in terms of Hindi films influence in Senegal, and they were talking about how there are people who don't even actually understand Hindi at all, but they love watching Hindi films. And I don't know how you're looking at methodologically, like what is your purpose of, so you said you want any ideas with regarding make it crisp. Could you elaborate on how you're looking at methodologically, so that I could sort of contribute perhaps to that?
Can you write it in the chat box?
Actually, not look specifically on methodology. Okay. So this is just to look at the Hindi films popularity there, is it? But how are you going to go about studying it? Okay. All right, Kriti, I don't want to put you on the spot. So,
It's okay. I think it's okay. She was basically, that's what she's mentioned, popularity of Bollywood, especially in East Africa.
Okay.
That's what she was. Thank you so much, Dr. Priyasha, for taking time out and delivering this session. We are indeed grateful for you. So thank you for joining in. It's been a pleasure to hear you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Singh. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Over to you, Professor Dr. Shruti.
Yes, I think Professor Dilip has joined in. Dr. Priyasha, you may leave if you want to.
Namaskar,
You can
sir.
stay, or you can stay for the validity section. It is entirely your choice. We have the validity section right now, Dr. Priyasha.
Sure, I don't mind attending.
All right. Okay, thank you so much.
And yeah, just lovely seeing you all. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Professor Dilip. Thank you for joining in.
Good afternoon, madam.
Thank you for
Namaskar,
joining
sir. Namaskar.
We welcome.
क्या हाल है पुष्पराज जी, ठीक हो? बढ़िया सर, आशीर्वाद आपका।
तो मैं फिर should I start?
Just 1 second, sir. We would like Dr. Suyosha to introduce you to the participants, and then you can start, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we have here Professor Dr. Dilip Kumar. He is the director at the Institute of Law, Kurukshetra University, with more than 30 plus years of experience. He has made prominent contributions in various journals and served as a resource person and guest lecturer at panel discussions. We have him here today to share his experience in the legal field and the challenges faced in the legal research. And we are grateful for him to be here to share his life experiences as well. Thank you. Over to you, Professor Dr. Dilip.
Okay, thank you very much. So good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I'm thankful to convener Dr. Pushparaj ji and Dr. Shruti Singh and the director Professor Nirupama Prakash, MT Institute of Social Sciences, for the opportunity given to me for sharing my views with the participants. So this is very good program you have done. These programs are very important. You know, law is subject to change. So when not only law is subject to change, but everything is changing. So similarly, new knowledge are required not only in the field of law, but also in other fields also, in social sciences also. Therefore, research is very important. These programs will enable the faculties with sound research ground, expose them to contemporary societal issues and qualitative research methods, and requisite knowledge to develop their competency in scholarly publishing. And the participant will understand the significance of research skill and current opportunity in research by subject matter experts having demonstrated experience in interdisciplinary research and practice. And they will also come to know about the research tools and techniques that will be useful for enabling publishing in reputed journal by the participant. And the participants shall be equipped in solving issues and challenges during the research. And they will focus on both theoretical and practical knowledge of research methodology. And these programs are helpful for the participant to understand theoretical insight and methodology of research, such as define research problem, developing an approach to research problem, and selection of suitable research design. I would like to tell you that I have total experience of 29 years of teaching. And this teaching period involves the most of the time I was involved in research also, because so many students they have done their dissertation under my guidance, as Dr. Pushparaj is in front of you. He has written a dissertation under my supervision. So when we give the guidance, so we advise the students that they have to put their labors, they have to be hard workers, and they have to keep their eyes and ears open to the changing circumstances, whatever is happening in the society, whatever is happening in the change of the laws. So they have to see what are the problems the society is facing, because all these researches, whether in law or social sciences, these researches are done in order to solve the problems which the current society is facing. So these researches are very helpful not only for the society, but for the government. The government have to frame the policies. So these researches are very helpful for the government also. So ultimately, when the government formulates such policies which are based on scientific research, predictions, then these policies are very helpful for the development of the countries. So today I will, first of all, I will share my views relating to legal research, because I'm a law teacher. So I will share some points relating to legal research. Legal research is an integral part of learning and exercising the profession of law. It is therefore indispensable for every law student, lawyer, judge, and academician. In variable degrees, they have to be engaged in research to find out principle of different occasion. For example, a lawyer has to convince the judge that his proposition is more sound and correct than that of his adversary. Since law practically covers every aspect of human life, in the rapidly growing complexities of modern society, legal research assumes an extremely prominent role of law reforms. Therefore, it is to be undertaken as a part of process of law reforms with a definite end. It should make suggestions for improvement in the existing law in clear, specific, and easily identifiable manner. So legal research is of different kinds. For example, number one, doctrinal legal research. In this type of research, the researcher starts the research on the basis of a legal proposition. The principal source of data are the conventional legal material, readily and easily available and accessible in law libraries. This type of legal research is the research organized around any legal proposition. One who undertakes doctrine legal research starts with a legal proposition in the particular subject in which he is interested. The study is based upon the conventional legal material, easily and readily available and accessible. These materials include statute, text, law reports, treaties, encyclopedias, legal periodical, etc. Conventional legal materials contain a lot of data. With the help of these, one may make valuable contribution to legal process. Doctrinal legal research requires careful content analysis of the conventional legal source material. After studying the conventional legal source material, the researcher formulates his conclusion and makes the report. The report gives the origin, growth, and present position and the future prediction of the legal proposition. Doctrinal legal research involves analysis, arranging, ordering, and systematizing the elements of the legal proposition and a study of the legal institution through legal reasoning or rational deduction. Next is non-doctrinal legal research, another type of legal research. The characteristics of this type of research are, number one, the non-doctrinal legal research does not start with any legal proposition, as in the case of doctrinal legal research. The starting point or the basis of the non-doctrinal legal research is a legal problem. The solution of the legal problem is to be found at the end of the research as the result of the research. In addition to the solution for the main legal problem, non-doctrinal legal research is apt to give answer to many broader questions also. Next is empirical legal research. Empirical legal research is based upon experiment and observation. It is the scientific method of arriving at the inference of the principle after the process covering and comprising a combination of reasoning with observation and discovery with justification. It is the acquisition of fresh scientific knowledge of the principle. The knowledge is the product of the process of systematic intellectual inquiry, understanding, and scientific solution of the social legal problems. So there are different types of research methods. So, depending upon the problems, which the topic which is selected by the students as per his topic, now we can suggest the student that this type of method will be applicable for his title. Next is monodisciplinary legal research. Monodisciplinary legal research is one in which the major discipline involved is only law or its subdivision. It does not take into account any other allied subject of social science. With the help of legal material, the researcher will explain the relevant judicial concept. This process involves analysis of statutory provisions and judicial dicta. This leads to the formulation of principles arranged in some logical order. It helps to identify problems likely to arise in future court decision, indicating how the principle can be applied to solve problem. The result of the research are meant for members relating to law and legal profession. So this is only for this type of method is only for the legal type of problems. So this is for that purpose. Next is transdisciplinary or multidisciplinary legal research or social legal research. Transdisciplinary legal research is one which extends into the field of other social sciences. So it is also called multidisciplinary legal research. This new education policy also focuses on this type of research. In the growing complexity of modern society, no discipline can be an insular one. So law also. Each legal rule is concerned with its application to a factual situation of life. So all intellectual disciplines are connected with law. So law is very important. It is connected with science. It is connected with history. It is connected with geography. It is connected with forensic science. So it is connected with all the other subjects. Next is participatory legal research. This is another type of method. In this type of method, the researcher participates in the activities of the group or community under observation. The main object of this approach is to provide certain direct benefit to the community. Next is non-participatory legal research. In non-participatory legal research, the observer does not actually participate in the activities of the community or group under observation. It is really very difficult to keep oneself away from the community and observe it. It creates discomfort on both sides, namely on the side of the observer and on the side of the community. Thus, a non-participatory approach has its own difficulty in its process. Next is predictive research. Predictive research method is concerned with the prediction of the future of the society. The possibility of predictability is based upon the uniformity, regularity, and consistency of the relationship amongst past experience, present tendencies, and future aspiration in actual social life. Next is fundamental legal research. Fundamental. This is concerned with the essential, basic, and radical principles governing the new circumstances of the changing society. Such an inquiry and research are necessary to solve new problems in the society. Social phenomena is dynamic in nature. It undergoes rapid changes. There are consequential and corresponding changes affected in the requirement of the society also. The old and existing principles will not be sufficient to meet with the present situation of the society. So it is necessary that the old principles should be verified and tested to ascertain its adequacy, inadequacy, retention, alteration, addition, or other changes as the case may be. Next is applied legal research. In this type of research, it aims at the practical utility of the legal principles obtained as a result of the research. This approach is more sociological in character than the fundamental approach, in the sense that applied legal research tries to find out solution for the legal problem facing the present society. It attempts to ascertain the probabilities, possibilities, and opportunities for the utilization of the legal principle to the welfare of the society. The principle arrived at by fundamental research should have its benefit for the well-being of the member of the society. Next is comparative legal research. Comparative legal research affords the opportunity to compare and evaluate the utility of legal principle existing in different legal systems and to adopt and introduce the suitable principle to a particular legal system. Comparative law itself is only a method of study and not any department or branch of law. Comparative legal research has the utility of increasing and encouraging development of law. It may provide remedies and solution for legal problem. So sometimes when the student comes to us for taking any topic of dissertation or any topic of PhD thesis, then we can ask that person that whether you will take any topic wherein you will study the comparative study of India with USA, England, China, or any other country, Canada, etc. So when he agrees that, okay, I will take into account on a particular problem, for example, anything we can, any topic, for example, PIL. So regarding PIL, if he agrees that okay, he will study the concept of PIL in England, the development of PIL in England, and what is the difference between these two concepts, how far it has been developed in England and how far it has been developed in India. So comparative study can be made both at a dissertation level as well as PhD level. So this is very important, and any country, we can take example of any countries. So these are the different type of research methods. Now there are certain steps in this legal research. These steps are identification of the problem, designing project proposal, evolving methodology, collection of data, analysis of data, and writing research report. So these are some of the points. So I see the watch that it is 4 o'clock and my time was from 3:30 to 4. So I would like to stop here and with few words again. I'm thankful to all the conveners and the professors who are the organizer members who have given me the opportunity to share my views. So again, I will say that these programs, FDF program, faculty development programs, they are very helpful for the students, for the teachers, research scholars, faculty members, and all the other academicians, that they can reform themselves. And first of all, they have to reform themselves. Then they can further reform the students coming to them, the research scholar coming to them. So with these few words, again, I'm very thankful to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful session. We have a question/comment from Professor Dr. Pushparaj Singh, sir, for you. He says that he has such vast experience in legal education, and he asked the question that we would like to understand from you that why, in spite of having so many law colleges in India, the quality of legal education is not good, and majority of lawyers lack required advocacy skills. Can you please reflect on this, sir?
The quality is not good. This is one question.
The quality of legal education is not good, despite having so many law colleges in India. And the second comment is that the majority of lawyers lack required advocacy skills. Why is that, sir? Yes.
Okay. Very good question. And it's very helpful to all of us. The first thing is quality is lacking. The quality is lacking because you see this profession, law profession, is a noble profession. This is different from other type of business. This requires a lot of hard work, number one, hard work. And secondly, this is challenging profession, lot of challenge is required. You have to involve yourself fully. So full knowledge is required. So this is not a businessman profession. This is a profession where you have to give justice to the society. You have to provide justice to the people of the society. And so it is, we say, noble profession. It is noble in the sense that it is different from other profession, other business. You are getting money for it. The client comes to the advocate, he takes money, all right, there is no problem. But at the same time, he provides justice. When the justice will be given to the client means the person belonging to the society. So there will not be restlessness in the society. Peace will be restored in the society when his problem will be solved, when the problem of the person will be resolved. So the students, they have to learn the things honestly in the classes. They are not learning properly. So we have no quality is lacking because the students, they are not sincere. They are not taking this profession seriously. When you are not putting hard work, you are not taking help of all the books which are involved, the law journals and other things. You can take help of the technology, computer and other things. But if you are not putting hard work, you are not sincere, then you cannot make success. This is one reason that the quality, we have so many law colleges, but there is need to have the ethical, the morality, the value systems, that we should, if a client comes to the advocate and he says that he is a poor person, he has no money, then the advocate should say, okay, all right, I'm ready to take your case, in spite of the fact that he is not giving money. So morality is also involved. We are the part of the society. So we have to think the welfare of all the people. So this thing has to be, this is to be transformed. This is to be given to the students, such type of learning.
You're not audible.
This is a challenge.
Yes, sir.
Hard work, you are sincere, then ultimately you will get the proper reward for it. Okay?
Thank you so much, sir. Over to you, ma'am. Yeah. Should I proceed now? Yes.
Thank you, Professor Dilip, for answering all the questions. I'm sure all the FDP participants have बहुत खुश हुआ होगा, मतलब खुश हुए हैं आपके आंसर से, और बड़ा ही रेलेवेंट है आपका लॉ को लेकर के आपने जो रिसर्च मेथड के बारे में बताया कि लीगल रिसर्च के बारे में, इसके बारे में जो आपने जानकारी दी, हमें जरूर लगता है कि हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स को इससे बेनिफिट मिलेगा. सो थैंक यू सो मच.
थैंक यू वेरी मच.
ये हमारे संग डॉक्टर शीतल शर्मा है जवाहरलाल नेहरू यूनिवर्सिटी से. आपका भी नमस्कार. और मैम भी ज्वाइन की हैं, प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर निर्मल प्रकाश मैम इज आल्सो देयर, हमारी एचओआई भी मैम है. गुड आफ्टरनून मैम. सो ये हमारा वैलिडिटी सेशन में आने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया दिलीप जी. और
थैंक यू टू ऑल. हाईली obliged.
Thank you so much, Dilip sir. Thanks for joining us. And
thank you. It was really very good experience.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, see you. Okay.
All right.
We have with us here Professor Dr. Nirupama Prakash ma'am, the head of institute, director of Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Amity University. We would request ma'am to kindly say a few words in our valedictory session. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Suyasha. So, well, all I can say is that I think it's been a very rewarding, event with a lot of very energetic and information sharing sessions. And I must thank our coordinators here, Dr. Shruti, Dr. Pushpa, the entire team, Dr. Sheetal from JNU. So I think this collaboration really ignites a lot of enthusiasm and zeal and comes up with very good initiatives and ideas that we are doing every year. And for our faculty who joined, I think this must be very, very rewarding for each one of you, considering the galaxy of the speakers that we've had. And also, you see, the topic itself, for any faculty, it becomes imperative to actually, get into the deep insight of the theoretical framework. Even when it comes to PhD, we always come up with a theoretical framework or a model where for a sociological one or any such social science study, it's not just simply collecting the questionnaire and interviews and data collection, interpretation, and you say our PhD is ready. So what kind of theoretical framework does it fit in? What kind of research methodology? How do you present the data? How do you interpret the data? How do you do the report writing? So all of that becomes very important, not only for the PhD scholars, but also for the faculty who, along with their teaching, would infuse to students master's level, PhD level, and bringing the foundation to be very strong right from the undergraduate level, so that by the time they come up to the highest degree, they are able to formulate all of this in a very smooth manner. So I think the topic itself chosen is very relevant. And even for Amity University, which is a research and innovation driven university, this becomes very important. And I must thank Dr. Sheetal that, you've collaborated with us, and then, together the synergy between us and your institution, how we've been able to chip in a lot. So that's all I can say, because I've been observing, I've been part of some of the sessions. Each speaker has brought in, a breath of fresh air, bringing in a lot of information and knowledge, which I'm sure has been very beneficial for all the faculty. And now it's up to you how much you can really, I'm sure you retained a lot, imbibed a lot, but how much you can actually share that with the students, and how it really further hone your skills. So thank you very much for having me here. And also congratulations once again, and all the very best.
Yes, ma'am. And just adding on to what you said, ma'am, we hope that this collaboration that we have with the Jane Monnet module, we are able to continue with the same, vivaciousness that we are having this program. And we have been doing it last year and this year. And hopefully we look forward to further such collaborations.
Sure. That would be really great, So that's a very good initiative, I would say. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to you, Dr. Suyashi.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would request Dr. Sheetal, ma'am, to kindly say a few words.
Thank you so much. This is a kind of moment which is summing up of the entire FDP, and also a kind of vote of thanks, and particularly to the organizers. There are two types of organizers, and those who are from the business world can understand that when you partner with somebody, there are some sleeping partners and the other ones are the active partners. And I want to really thank all my active partners, particularly Pushpraj sir, Shruti ma'am, Smita, and all those who work tirelessly to make this FDP a success. Nirupama ma'am, hats off to you for your able guidance, that your team works so tirelessly without any hurdle coming in the way. And I've seen the front scenes also and the back scenes also, backstage performances, and how these people collaborate. Talking about the FDP, once again, I congratulate the entire group of participants for going through this 8 to 10 days FDP. This is something which is very relevant for us professionally, for us academically, and for us, even if we do not identify these two tangible benefits, the intangible benefits of learning from experts is immense. And few things, please, in your life should be left immeasurable. कि सबका ऐसा नहीं होता कि इधर इनपुट हुआ और उधर आउटपुट हो गया. Few things are intangible. They are only realized in terms of their consequences that it has on development of your personality. So I would say, please participate further in future, no matter we organize it or anybody else organizes it. Kindly participate, because this is not just about the faculty as a community, but faculty in general as your skill set. And the entire effort of the organizing team under the able guidance of Nirupama ma'am and Shruti and Pushpraj sir was to bring everybody from different aspects of life to hone your skills about research methodology, and every aspect which is very important in general in academic exercise. So Shruti, I just can't stop because teachers have a disease when they put the start button on, they do not stop. But I understand the limitation of time also. And one announcement that I just want to make on behalf of actually the organizers must be making it. Kindly be patient with the certificates. After the FDP gets over, please give us some time to process the information and the attendance. And on the basis of it, it would take some time to design your and write your certificates and send to them. Maybe 2 weeks time, Shruti, if I can say.
Yes, I was going to say that. Yes.
Please have patience until 2 weeks, because it give us this much time window, because we need to prepare your certificates. And after 2 weeks, you can, if in case you do not receive, then you can start posting your inquiries after the 3rd week, but give us 2 weeks at least to prepare, and the 3rd week to post it to you. And once again, thanks for being there. Thanks for being a good participant, a disciplined participant. And I don't want to leave actually, so इतने दिन बैठते हैं, एक दूसरे की आदत हो जाती है, सीखने समझने का माहौल तैयार हो जाता है. But wherever you go in your life, in your future, in your professional endeavor, please be very positive about the kind of energy that you exude to people, because the last thing that I say is, as a faculty, my energy gets multiplied by as many people listening to me. So we have to create that, crescendo in terms of energy getting multiplied in this cosmos and in this universe. This is what is going to bring desirable result. Thank you so much. आप सभी को मेरा प्यार भरा नमस्कार.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It goes without saying, just a few, Dr. Suyasha, just a few words I would like to, I'm just intervening. Thank you so much. I would like to really put on record, Dr. Sheetal, for your immense faith that you have with the AISS under the guidance of Professor Dr. Nirmal Prakash, that we have been able to collaborate on these sessions continuously, and we have been able to, and we hope to do it. मतलब आगे भी हम future में ये कर सके, और ये हमारा collaboration FDP से लेकर के और भी बहुत सारी चीजें में हम लोग कोशिश करते हैं कुछ ना कुछ और करने के लिए, और so I would like to put on record my sincere gratitude for your cooperation and your immense faith in all of us here present. And just a few words I would like to on behalf of the entire organizing team members of this FDP, we would like to put on record our sincere gratitude to our Vice Chancellor ma'am, who was really willing, who wanted to be there for the FDP, and she in fact expressed her desire to our director ma'am that she would like to participate in the FDP, and we did send her a mail. Ma'am had forwarded, but due to certain circumstances she wasn't able to, but it is under her guidance that we have been able to do it. So we would like to put on record our sincere gratitude to our Vice Chancellor madam, and of course our director, because she continuously encourages us to hold on to these sessions, and because she realizes, she has so much of years of experience, she realizes how important it is for us to hold these sessions, for us as a faculty, as well as how we also learn in this process of FDP. We are also a participant. We are in academics, and as we know, academics is a continuously learning process. ये एक तरफा सीखने नहीं होता है, दोनों तरफ से हम सीखते हैं. So thank you so much, ma'am, for being there. My co-coordinator. Of course, Dr. Sheetal, it goes without saying that without you, it would not have been possible. No matter how much I would, reiterate it, it goes without saying. And my co-coordinator, Dr. Pushpraj, my other coordinators, Dr. Suyasha, Dr. Smita, Dr. Reva, Dr. Astha, and Dr. Rahul. I'm sure they are there in the session. Thank you so much. It has been an entire teamwork. Let me put it on record that it has been entire teamwork, as a result of which this FDP was conducted so smoothly. And, it is only with the cooperation of everybody that the programs are successful. So thank you so much. I would also like to thank the IT person, Mr. Puneet, who has, because today we had a speaker from US, so we had to move ahead our time to 9 a.m. and he very willingly 8:45 a.m. opened the link and we all could join in, and the session continued seamlessly. So thank you, Mr. Puneet, from there. And again, most importantly, the FDP participants who, who have been there throughout the session from day one, that is June 20th to today, June 27th. Thank you so much. And I hope that the discussion that we had in these this one week program, has helped you in one way or the other. And I'm sure that it's going to take you a long way, because academics is a long journey. So you're just young, whether you're research scholars or whether you're young faculty, all these sessions, it's going to take you a long way ahead in your academic career. And I hope this session, was meaningful for you. And lastly, I would, as Dr. Sheetal has rightly mentioned, I would request all the FDP participants to please have patience and not start sending mail or messages, because it will take us minimum 2 to 3 weeks for us to process the entire, participation. And as I have mentioned repeatedly throughout all the days of the session, that 90% attendance for all the days. I mean, for the whole week, if you have 90% attendance, then only you are eligible for the certificate. And please do not, because as I've said, we will not entertain any request. If you do not fall into that category, no request shall be entertained. On the basis of the category that is mentioned, you will be receiving the. If you fall into that category, you will be getting the FDP certificate. But you have to give us time between 2 to 3 weeks. All right. So thank you. Over to you, Dr. Suyash. Dr. Pushpa, would you like to say a few words?
Pushing us all time to do the required things. It's really a very wonderful experience to work with you and Sheetal ma'am. And I sincerely look forward to such programs in future. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all.
Dr. Suyash?
With this, ma'am, we would like to conclude our faculty development program, which started on 20th of June. And we are very grateful that we were able to pull this event for us. It's kind of an event for us here at AISS. And I would like to thank the participants who have been so patient and who have been so attentive throughout this whole program. Thank you so much.
If possible, please switch on your camera at least for once, so that we can have a grid filled of faces for our record.
I think Zoom mein na shayad wo unable.
This has been disabled from their end.
Yeah.
Okay. But still we have some
the participants, please do not move out, because the link, the feedback link and the quiz will be shared by.
Some of them are starting their.
Okay, they were able to. All right.
Yes, please, if you can, kindly do so. At least one grid of 25 people will have as the
complete. That would be wonderful. Yes.
Yes, gradually.
That would be really wonderful. It's so nice to see all the participants.